I'd like to call the Plaquemines Parish Council budget hearing to order at 9:07. Dr. Gouy is going to lead us in the prayer.
Bow our heads, please. We thank this moment to acknowledge Almighty God and thank Him for our bountiful blessing, especially for the parish's natural resources. We give thanks to God for our brave and courageous men and women in our military who daily risk their lives to protect our precious freedom, and we pray for our world leaders to know how to obtain world peace. We pray for this government body, composed of both council and administration, and that we always serve our parish with honesty, humility, and equality to all. And as this government body gathers here today, we pray for the wisdom to know right from wrong and the courage to do what is right. Amen.
I pledge
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Go ahead and do roll call. Let the record show Black, Alborough, Gouy, Conovich, and Roussel are present. Mr. President,
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, council members. Welcome to the 2022 budget. I present to you a balanced budget with revenues over expenditures as required by parish charter. The total fund balances budgeted for 2022 are $43,588,892 for the general fund. Operating revenues for this budget have declined an estimated of $5,582,000. Decreases in ad valorem taxes and the reductions of BP funds account for this decline. As you know, this continued decline in revenue has forced administration to eliminate several departments in this budget. They are Recreation Department, Economic Development and Tourism, Parks, Swimming Pools, and Ferries. Administration anticipates that the ferries being transferred to the Port Harbor and Terminal District. If this does not occur, the council will need to address the vital service to the parish. Also, community service grants were eliminated. The council can restore these departments or grants by reducing available fund balance if they wish. Oil is budgeted at $67 a barrel, and gas is at $3.90 per MFC for this budget. This had an impact of $2.3 million increase in revenues. With the recent disasters and decline in revenues, the parish is still experiencing difficulty in making prompt payments due to cash availability. I foresee the parish having to make a short-term loan again in 2022 to make sure all payrolls and payments are made. My administration and I look forward to working with the council in 2022. With that, that is my brief analysis, Mr. Chairman. And if can, I'll turn it over to Mr. Surpass to start the proceedings.
thank you. Mr. Surpass.
Okay.
Kim that she needs to.
Yeah, Kim, can you turn us on over here, please?
Should be on. You should be on. Oh, the display. Sorry, but.
Yes. Well, what I want to start off with is we did an agenda, and like I said, we can jump around. If y'all see anybody come in the audience that we need to take up, just let me know. We can stop anytime. Like I said, we just did the agenda to bring the agenda up. All right. So it's something we can follow. The budget message, I'm sure all y'all read the budget message already. If you want to go through it, we can. I don't think that's necessary. The first thing I'd like to discuss is the our fund balance summary, to look at exactly what your fund balances are, to see where we stand, where we're starting off at. You look at the in the book, under the white tab, gray page. We're just going to look at the general fund unreserved fund balances. You're starting off fund balance, 43,246,328. The revenues in this budget is 36,093,930. Expenditures, 35,751.
Chairman, but before we move on, is there a way we can get the screen accurate for the public to see?
Yeah, she's
I'm on it.
she's on it.
Y'all can't see it?
Okay.
She just kind of just put the general fund column on it to make it big enough so everybody can see. So the difference between revenues and expenses in the proposed budget is $342,000. We go down in to the designated section of the fund balances. Infrastructure, $3,176,272. As you know, the Venture Global permit was put in here in 2021, so that's why it went up to the 3 million. Emergencies at 4,923,000. Self-insurance, 3,050,000. Bond indebtedness, 8,249,048. This is 1 year's bond payment. We bumped it up to the 1 year's bond payment. As you know, in 2021, if you look at the 2021 budget, we have a $4 million unreserved undesignated. Well, what we did basically is took that money out and put it back in bond indebtedness. So you have a 1 year's bond payment here. Now, if you compare this to last year's 1 year bond payment, it's down around $200,000. That's because we received a call that the CDL loan that we took out for Katrina has been forgiven. So the payments for that's not going to be necessary.
Happy to hear that.
Couple $100,000 a year. The BP settlement, let's go. American Rescue Act, $4,500,000. That amount was $2,200,000, I think we put in the budget for this year, and another $2,200,000 for 2022. Brings you up to $4,500,000. Now, this amount is something that, at this point, I don't know if I would use it to balance the budget or use it to take out. We're not really sure. There's some items that we're talking to, Rennie can elaborate on this when he comes back, that we're discussing to see if this was an actual revenue loss. We could show a revenue loss. We had such big settlements last year from the Transocean. Oh, I'm sorry. And from BP, that that if you look at the revenue loss from 1 year to the next, it looks like we had a big increase last year, but it was just because of those two non-recurring settlements. So if that's something we can take out, then we'll definitely have the revenue loss required, and we could use this money for anything we need to. But no, we can't get that answer, the answer to that question yet. So I really would, stay away from taking money out of this if we have to. The BP settlement is down to $2,600,000. I believe last year we took out roughly $6 million to balance the budget out of the BP from last year. That's where most of this money went to. As you know, this year in the 2022 budget, there's no revenue for BP settlements of the $4,500,000, so that's gone. So that gives you unreserved undesignated starting off $21,000, $21,490. So there's no money there to take out of. So any money you want to put back in this budget is going to have to come from these designations or cuts in the budget or increases in revenues. What we did is we put together a little summary that I want to go through before Rochelle's going to go through it, before we get started. It kind of summarizes everything, shows you the differences between the revenues we had in 2021 versus what we're proposing for 2022, where those differences came from, and things that I think that we need to definitely discuss before at the hearings. She's going to bring it up on the screen. Don't want to work. Did you hand those out to him too?
I didn't give administration. The first category is revenues. In 2021, the revenues totaled $38,844,000. In 2022, it was $32,499,000. So we had a decrease of $6.3 million. So the next section, the 21-22 changes, is going to show the increases and decreases for the revenues, the major items or the major differences to make up that 6.3 million. So sales tax and audits increased 200,000. Licenses, occupational, increased 500,000. All royalties went up 1.2 million. Parish royalty 10% went up 1.2 million also. The residual equity transfer increased 29,000. There's a grant for Homeland Security, and that was 211,000. Settlements, legal gave us an amount of 350,000 for settlements. There's going to be a case that should settle next year, and it's going to be in our favor. Rentals for the pavilion is up 28,000. And then, as he just stated, BP settlement, we're going to lose that 4.5 million. Ad valorem taxes, just for the general fund, decreased 399,000. Permits, buildings, and structures, this is the impact fee that we received this year from, is it Venture Global?
Yes.
From Venture Global.
Well, we received it in 2021. We're not going to receive it in 2022. That's why it's showing
So it's a decrease of 2.8 million. Gas royalties decreased 71,000. Community CA Transit, that's a grant, it decreased 120,000. Interest, 119. Port Harbor and ferries, we did not budget that 1.5 million again that we had budgeted last year, that they supplemented us to run the ferries. If they're going to take over the ferries, we didn't put that 1.5 million in again. And then the ferry tolls, we had to take out the ferry tolls if we're not going to have the ferries.
Mr. Roussel has a question.
On the settlements general, is that the concursus proceeding?
No.
No, the concursus proceedings we put back in the budget for 2022.
So it had
So
no
the
change.
difference, the increase was 300, that was a different case. But
Yeah.
it's in the budget for 2021 and it's in the budget for 2022, so that's why there's no change. This
For
is
the
just a
concursus.
change.
So have you received the concursus money yet?
No, we haven't.
You anticipate receiving it this year?
That's what I was told about
Legal has
legal.
stated
He's gonna
that
have
we
to,
will.
yeah, he'll have to update you on that.
How many years have we been carrying that revenue source as anticipated revenue?
Around 3 years. And we have received some concursus money in the past, but this, whatever this case is, this is something we've been carrying year to year.
No, what we've been carrying this, how much is that? $1 million?
$1.2 million.
So we carry $1.2 million every year from year to year. And then at the end of the year, when we don't receive the funding, we're short that $1.2 million. So we're in November, so we'll probably be $1.2 million short again this year if we don't receive it by the end of the year. And then we'll carry it again in the books for next year, which will make us another $1.2 million short next year if we don't receive it then as well. Do you have any comments on that?
As soon as Mr. Burris gets here, he will explain where we're headed, okay?
Thank you.
Dr. Gouy?
Yeah, Tom, and you may bring all this up later, but I'd like to go first to, do we anticipate any land sales that will increase our revenues?
We don't have any budgeted.
We don't have any budgeted, but I mean, I know the Woodlands Conservatory.
Not in here.
That's not in there, no, sir. Now, that was supposed to happen this year. We talked to legal. We wanted to put it in the 2022 budget, but it's going to happen this year. Mr. Black has an ordinance on the table. So we didn't receive it yet, but as soon, I'm assuming that at the December meeting, we can put it in the budget. So it will increase your, whatever fund balance y'all decide to put it in, when we do receive it.
Okay. The other is, on the ferries, is that going to be a true number? I know we've got some thoughts on changing the ferry transfer. Is that still going to stay this number? or
This
that-
was just the amount that the port gave the parish last year to operate the ferries, that 1.5 million.
Gotcha.
That was a revenue.
Right. Right.
So if you look at the difference with the port, you have to look at what the expenses are that we're taking out, and then the revenues that we had to take out too. That's $2 million, between the ferry fees and the port reimbursement. That's $2 million we had to take out of revenue. So your actual savings is not, you know what the total expense is, which was what, 3 million something?
3 million something, yeah.
And then once action's taken one way or the other, we'll have to make adjustments to those
Correct.
numbers, one way or the other.
Right.
And the other is the ad valorem. Has any projections been made with the ConocoPhillips?
Ask Assessor Hazel to come today,
Talk that later?
kind of to talk to you about that. Yeah,
want
so
her to
we're
talk
gonna,
now?
yeah, we can bring it up now, it's fine.
Since we're on the revenues.
Yes.
So-
You want to come up?
You finished?
Now, in this budget, we did have a decrease. There is a decrease from 2021 to 22 budget based on the 2021 tax roll. The assessment, the total assessment went down. So just for general fund, the decrease is about 400,000. In total, I think it's around $1 million in Avalon taxes. So we did decrease some already, and she can elaborate on
Yeah,
that.
if we're going to, on that particular topic, it would really help us.
Sure.
So
It's
before-
like-
bef-
Yeah.
Before we,
Mr. Roussel?
Yeah, before we move on to that, to clarify the ferry situation, you said that we'd have to come back and make some amendments. It's my understanding that this current budget eliminates the ferry department 100% complete.
Yes, it does.
Yes, it does.
So what changes would we have to come back and make if the port accepts or we decide to transfer the ferry?
Well, as far as this budget is concerned, none.
None.
So I was trying to find out where the,
My point was that whether it was 100% or not, everything.
Yeah, it was
Just
taken out,
everything.
the
Okay.
expenses are taken out 100%, and the revenues are taken
Everything.
out 100%.
Okay, that's what I really-
Yes, so I mean,
Okay.
if y'all decide to make changes, that's fine, but I mean, like I said, as far as we're concerned, it's all out of the budget.
Mr. Black?
yeah, and for clarification on the land sale, and I appreciate that you guys did not put that in there, because for the last 7 years, it just aggravates me immensely when we put projected revenues on one-time sources. So I want the council and I want the people in the public to have an understanding of the reality that we're facing. That it's not just, well, let's hope for a land sale or hope for this or that, and we put $2-3 million in the budget and we think it's good. Because like Benny just said, at the end of the year, now we come to November, and we're short $1.2 million. So is there anything else in there that's projected? You know, I really don't like having the settlements in there. I'm glad you didn't put the land sale in there. I went through the budget, I didn't see anything else that's really projected, so,
No, not one-time things like, not what you're talking about.
okay.
Everything else is recurring revenues pretty much, and stuff we know we're going to receive, so the only thing is the Curtis case, that's 1.2 million, and then this 350,000, Rennie's going to have to talk to you about, explain that to you, because I'm not really.
Is Rennie coming?
Yeah, he's on his way.
So that's in there, the 350, and then the $1.2 million for the concursus cases. That's the main thing.
All right, thanks.
Ms. Hazel?
Good morning, everyone. Belinda Hazel, Assessor, Plaquemines Parish. Phillips 66 is the top taxpayer in Plaquemines Parish and has been as long as I can remember, and that means that they pay more taxes than any other taxpayer. The total tax dollars typically billed to Phillips 66 since 2017 have been in the $8 million range. $8.3 million in 2017, $8 million in 2018, $8.5 million in 2019, $8.45 million in 2020, and in this year, $7.4 million, a decrease. Total millage increase from 2018 through 2021. In 2018, millage was 65.96. For 2021, it's 70.97. This is an increase of 5 mills parish-wide. The Plaquemines Parish government receives 24.86% of the total tax dollars collected based on their millage adoptions. The PPG's share of an $8 million Phillips 66 bill is just under $2 million, so you can see the brevity of the situation with Phillips. The total tax roll as a whole has also declined from a total value of $965 million last year to a total of $862 million this year, roughly an 11% decline. Last year's total tax dollars totaled roughly $68 million, and this year's total roughly $61 million, of which you get your percentage. Why the decline? Property taxes are paid in arrears, which means we're always looking back a year when we do the property tax roll. COVID impacted us a year ago, or began to impact over a year ago, and so they're reflected in this year's tax roll. Also, we had Hurricane Ida, which made an impact on this year's tax roll, unlike other items that affect the budget that you're looking back a year. With a natural disaster that's declared by the governor, you're able to take that destruction and make those adjustments in the year that they occurred. So the storm adjustments have been made for this tax year rather than next tax year. So why else is there such a decline? In addition to COVID and Hurricane Ida, public service numbers went down 20 million in assessed value. That's because those are of an allocation that was made at the state level to pipelines that caused us our allocation to shift, and so we got less money in some other parish, or parishes got more. Public service properties are those properties that cross parish lines, and so those valuations are done at the state level by the State Tax Commission and are out of this office's control. Real property values increased this year. Last year was a reassessment year, and they increased last year, and they increased this year as well. Public service, as we talked about, personal property, all of the movables and the business assets have declined. So where do we go from here? The 2020, as far as BP is concerned, or not BP, I'm saying BP and meaning Phillips, I'm sorry about that. But where do we go from here with the Phillips 66 value? The tax roll has been sent to Baton Rouge, has been certified, so that tax bill for Phillips 66 is not affected by anything else. It's in the books. The sheriff will be sending out the bills soon. What happens in 2022 depends on what Phillips does between now and this next year. Our lien date is always January 1, so that's right around the corner. But are we going to have, is the premise going to be that this is going to be a storage terminal? Is the premise be that this is going to be a shuttered refinery? Depending upon what our premise is as to what our value is, but nowhere in any of the premises will the value be what it's been. Any questions? All right. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Surpass.
So, elaborate on that a little bit, that, I can't anticipate us having to make any changes for 2022 in the budget because it's based on the tax roll. Just like you said, the bills went out already. This is going to be more in effect for 2023, of our revenues for 2023, as far as the property taxes go. Now, sales taxes, we kept it almost exactly what it was last year. I think we had a bump up of a couple $100,000. But is that going to go down in 2022? Your guess is as good as mine. I'm assuming it probably will. But how much? I couldn't say. There's so many factors that go into this, different companies that pay us. Kim can kind of elaborate on it since she takes care of sales tax, but
Yeah, we do foresee a decrease in sales tax because, like the assessor said, they are also our biggest taxpayer when it comes to sales tax. So we do, predict a decline in sales tax without having them remit the amount of taxes that they're currently remitting as a refinery. I'm sure it will go down. How much, we have no idea. What is involved in the conversion, to get it to this tank storage facility, we may see a little uptick in the sales tax before we see it level off. We just don't have enough information right now to know when that will happen or how much it will be. So we just did not adjust the budget at this time. We're going to just monitor it closely, and, if we have to make an adjustment throughout the year, we will.
Thank you. Mr. Roussel?
Do you have any anticipation about the Venture Global project starting up and collecting some sales tax there?
We'll definitely see an increase when that starts. Again, we know that's in the process. I'm not sure exactly when the construction or everything will, get the ball rolling with that. But we know that we will see a definite increase in sales tax with that. So we're hoping that kind of offsets some of the decline we'll see from the refinery.
So is there a way that you can reach out to Venture Global and get some projections as to how they're moving along? Because they're down there doing ground and dirt work now.
Okay.
And I see, possibly some possibilities there.
yeah.
Yeah, we can definitely do that.
Bottom line is, none of that's in the budget. The Phillips thing happened after we proposed the budget, so we had no idea about that. And then the Venture Global thing, I didn't want to make any increases, for that yet.
Trying to be proactive to where we can.
Right. We can definitely reach out to them. Okay,
You want to do expenditures now?
yes, we can move on to expenditures on the same report.
Expenditures in 2021 total of $39,283,000. In 2022, they decreased to $32,178,000, for a total of $7.1 million of a decrease. The major differences where we decreased was legal services, $480,000.
And you can tell them that's because legals went down because there was, I think, $350,000 that was put in
Settlement.
that we had to pay out in 2021. So in 2022, we took that out.
And I thought that we agreed that that money was coming out of set aside for insurance, so we had to refund the insurance fund? When we were told that settlement was going to be paid, it was going to be paid and not affect us.
I'm not sure about that.
not sure about that.
You got to ask legal about that one too.
Well-
I just want to kind of tell you that, it looks like there's a big decrease, but it's a decrease because we had that expense in 2021.
That settlement was like
Yeah,
$350,000.
300 some odd thousand, yes.
And so, I mean, that came out of our,
It came out of self-insurance, right?
No, it came out of his department, yeah.
well, we need some clarification on that, because I was under the impression it was coming out of the
We can
insurance.
ask him when he.
Economic development was eliminated, the whole department. So that was a decrease of $108,000. Financial administration was a decrease of over $1 million, but you'll see right here, we decreased the transfers to other funds. $312,000 to road maintenance, $781,000 to public health, $14,000 to 911, and $147,000 to boat harbors. These funds, we decreased their expenditures, so the general fund transfers to them a lesser amount. Self-insurance decreased $95,000. These next four are the grants that are normally given. Council on Aging, $200,750. Community programs, $88,920. YMCA, $200,000. LSU Ag, $29,500. Buildings increased $166,000, and I can let y'all know that that's mostly due to utilities. All the utilities parish-wide for all these buildings are coded to the buildings department. Maintenance decreased $276,000. Recreation and parks, those two departments were eliminated completely. Permits, $89,000. And that was mostly to the vacancy of the chief building official. And I understand we're going to have to address that, because in order to keep the gentleman that is still working here under a contract, we're going to have to put some professional service money in. Ferries was completely eliminated, and that was total $3.1 million. And then flood control was decreased $724,000, which a large portion of that was, if you remember throughout the year, ordinances were done to increase fuel and overtime because of all the rain we had at the beginning of the year. So we removed that, and hopefully we don't have a rainy season at the beginning of the year again. So that totaled $7.1 million. As you can see, vacancies, we eliminated most vacancies, and that was $1 million. And then the thing at the bottom, we just, in a summary, we just said items to consider, the grants to the outside organizations that we eliminated, the vacancies, we're going to have to address that. Economic development, recreation, and ambulances were, well, economic development and recreation parks were the departments that we eliminated. If y'all want to reconsider putting those back in, that's up to y'all. And then we did reduce ambulances by a large sum in their operating. And they wanted us to do an amendment to kind of put some of those funds back in.
Who wants you to do an amendment?
Administrate,
The people didn't speak loud enough yet on Saturday?
We had the amendment prepared in case the millage were to pass. Obviously, they spoke loud enough.
So my question is, and I've asked this question time and time again, and you knew my position on the millages, and we got them on the ballot, what was going to take place if they failed? And that's what we need to address in this room.
Exactly what's taking place. Positions are being eliminated.
Rennie, do we have an obligation to provide emergency medical services to a standard of, a certain standard, or is the fire department capable to provide those at a first responder level?
You're not, first of all, you're not obligated to provide emergency medical services, period. So the EMS department does not, quote unquote, have to exist if you all choose for it not to exist. But yes, when you are providing, care, they have to act prudently, and the fire department would have to act prudently, but they're only trained to do what they're trained to do, right? And so I would expect that they would only be providing the services that they could provide based on their training and experience. Anyone who would file a claim against us would have to prove that they did not follow the normal, standards and protocols that a person with that training and that experience and those standards would have. So they would not be required to provide the same type of service that, say, an EMT or a paramedic could provide, because they don't have the skills and the training to provide that. So I hope that answers your question.
So as long as the fire department is able to provide some type of service for
Well,
immediate medical response.
It's not that they provide some type of service, it's that when they do provide the service, that they do it based on the standards that are set out for a person with that skill and experience, right? So they would have to be negligent, and so obviously they can't provide the same service as paramedics do. So they would only be held to the standard by which they have training and they have experience to provide.
I'm comfortable with their level of professionalism. However, I'm trying to decide whether or not, we have, as a government, an obligation to provide services above and beyond that first responder level. We probably have a moral obligation, don't get me wrong, but do we have an obligation as a government to provide those services, or should they then just call does dispatch call a private company, or does the insurance take over? I mean, what happens in that situation?
Yeah, I mean, from a legal point of view, it's not really a legal decision, it's a policy decision. So it just depends on what type of services the council wants to provide or can afford to provide to the public. It's not really, you're legally required to provide EMS services.
Thanks.
Yeah, it's easy for somebody in Belchase to say that, but if you live in Venice and something happens, what, they gonna put you on the back of a fire truck and bring you up the road?
I'm not disagreeing with you, Mark. I'm just pointing out the fact of we've been, I tried and I hate to sit on a soapbox, but I tried to get multiple administrations to merge those departments. This council voted twice to merge them. It had never happened. It's not just Lepine's administration or the Cormier administration. It's been multiple administrations. 3, actually, Theriault, Lepine, and Cormier. And it just hasn't happened. And that was the answer. And Benny and I sat up here and he said, when we voted on it the last time to remove it, hey, that's what everybody wanted. So I voted to rescind the 2 ordinances that I did to merge it. Now we're in a situation where we don't have funding. We have a fully funded fire department. We don't have funding at all for EMS. So now we got to make a moral, decision to either provide those services or not. And I get what you're saying. It is difficult in a rural area to have, proper emergency medical services. I think the East Bank, down the road, Belchase is a little bit different because we're closer to some hospitals, but the question is, what do we do?
I always start doing for the people instead of the animals and stuff like that.
Well,
We got 380,000 in SPCA. I never seen a dog yet pay a tax.
yeah, well.
Yeah. Mr. Roussel?
Yes, to follow up on Councilman Black's discussion, we knew the millages, whether they passed or failed, were not going to bail out this budget for 2022. So the administration made a conscious decision, or they didn't understand when the millages went into effect as to what we were going to do about EMS. So to say that we're doing what we would do now, if the millage had passed, we would still be doing or looking for this $781,000. Is that correct, Mr. Eberly?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
So to say that, we were hoping the millage passed and would fix the problem, that's down the road for 2023. So, I mean, I voted against separation of the fire department and EMS, as Mr. Black mentioned, because I knew today would come. And just when I voted against it, if you go back and look at the record, it's exactly what I said we would be here doing today. And I can't see us sacrificing EMS without trying to make some type of compromise with the fire department. And unfortunately, the administration decided to do that, so, I'm going to sit here and see where we go from there. But to sacrifice EMS is very, very serious problem.
The only other issue that we thought we would have to discuss today was Hurricane Ida and the funding of it. That is something that we would definitely have to address next year. We don't know the percentages yet of what we're going to be responsible for, but we just wanted to bring it to y'all attention. It'd be definitely something that we'll have to address next year.
We know how many contracts were signed for the storm?
I don't have the exact amount. I can look it up for you. Obviously, we had debris removal services. We had debris monitoring services. We had program management services. We've signed, we had a catering agreement to provide catering services during the storm. We also contracted with a local contractor to provide helping dig those the cuts in the river. I'm sorry, not the river, and the back levee on the West Bank. That's an expense we had. And obviously the emergency services that Hard Rock provided related to laying down the rock on the Mississippi River levee, along with providing access to some of the pump stations during the storm. There may be one or two other that I can review and research, but that's the bulk of what your expenses are going to be related to Ida to this point.
Just with a couple of them, how many times a year do we inspect levees? Ride the levee from 4 times?
Right at 4 times, we do a levee inspection with CPRA and the Corps.
During them inspections, nobody noticed that we had to put rocks on the levee before the storm? It didn't just wash out the day of the storm.
We have, when we don't use the levees, we have enough rock on there, but when you have multiple caravans going on it, you need rock.
Nobody drove on it until we started putting rock and had to, the levee should have been in pristine condition if nobody drives on it.
Well, we needed the budget and money to be able to put rock on the levee too, sir.
And then if we used our own property to store the debris, we wouldn't have to come up with a match, right?
Well, first of all, to the issue of putting the rock on the levee, it's actually good that it was done during Ida because it's 100% reimbursable to the extent that it was in response and a necessary expense related to emergency response to Hurricane Ida. With regard to our debris removal pickup, the answer is yes. There's the 100%, I'm not sure the exact date, the 100% ended, but everything subsequent to that date is on a 90-10 cost share. So any expenses is a 10% cost share on behalf of the parish. Anything that the solid waste department does is considered forced account, meaning we're paid certain rates approved by FEMA to provide those services to the extent that they're responding to Ida-related storm debris. It's my understanding the administration had discussions with solid waste, and that it was a matter of what we could handle and what we couldn't handle. And I think, and Mr. Roussel and the parish president, correct me if I'm wrong, we simply didn't have the manpower and the resources to pick up the debris in the way and in a time frame it needed to be picked up using only in-house sources.
Even if we used another company to pick up, we could put it on our own property instead of going renting somebody else's property.
It's my understanding that all of the debris is going on.
I know two,
Is-
one across from Grand Bayou and one at the end of Port Self is on private property.
Well, what you should know is that when RFPs are done, it's just one unit price for disposal. So regardless where the disposal site is, it's a flat rate based on through the cost of disposal. But I'll let Mr. Russo comment further.
Yeah, we have 3 sites, but actually we had 5 sites, Bootville, the East Bank, and 3 in Belchase, and 2 of them were through DOTD. And the private sites down the road, that was the private person that went out and got permits and dealt with the DOTD and the contractor to bring material there. The only site we have for C&D would be Riverside Recycling, and they did use that site too. But you have to be permitted just to bring it to a site. Just because you got property and you can't just throw it on there, you have to go through the DEQ permitting.
Isn't it true that the debris that the debris that went to the private sites down the road was DOTD debris and not parish debris?
So DOTD's cleaning the levees?
DOTD's clean the levee? No.
We clean the levees.
Well, that's where that stuff's going.
Okay, well, I'm just saying it was my understanding that the bulk of that was,
No, it's not. Let me clarify. The stuff that is going to the private landfill is from DOTD, okay? Our stuff went to Walker Road, that was our site, that went off the levees from our private contractor.
Mr. Roussel?
Yes, I heard earlier we didn't know what percentage we would have to pay, then I heard Rennie say 90-10. Of the 90-10, is that, you believe that's what it's going to be? The state has reached the level of damage to be 90-10?
I believe that's correct.
So
yes.
if we have 90-10, how many invoices do we have sitting in the finance department that we are going to have to pay, and how much to date do you know that we will be responsible for the 10%? Any idea?
Well, we just started really paying invoices. I can get you a number of how much we paid so far, but it's not anywhere near what we're going to have to pay. And we all, like I said, we're not holding a lot of invoices right now, but I want to say we'll look it up for you.
But let me ask you this. So do you have any estimate about what our exposure is for this storm? In $1 million, $2 million, more?
No, I mean, it's my understanding that debris removal alone was $12 million. And it's my understanding that the bulk of that the bulk of that was under the 100% call share. I haven't seen the invoices and the billing, so I'm not sure. Obviously, all the work Hard Rock done was within the emergency period. All the food stuff, all the stuff that Shallow Water did. Any of the emergency stuff Hard Rock done, the bulk of it that would be out of the scope of the 100% call share or 0% would be any debris removal stuff that happened after the day that I think the president extended the 100% period another 15 days. So anything beyond that date would be our 10%. How much of that? I haven't seen the invoicing. I can't tell you. But it's my understanding a good portion of it was done prior to the 100% deadline.
The biggest issue we're going to have with this even if it is 100%, is cash. I mean, we have to pay these invoices and wait to be reimbursed from FEMA. Right now, I wanted to bring this up to you too. You know, we have the short-term loan. We had to borrow $2 million already. Now, we can borrow up to $6 million to get us through this year. But I'm going to have to, when we receive our property tax money, I'm going to have to pay that back in January if there's $6 million. So that's going to be less money we have to start off with.
The administration is also pursuing a community disaster loan with FEMA. It's my understanding that we received a similar type loan. Was it after Katrina or Isaac?
Katrina.
After Katrina. And I think almost three-quarters of that was actually forgiven. So the administration has reached out to FEMA to see what our options are, because we basically told them that cash flow is going to be a problem for us. Clearly, we're not the only parish experiencing that. And it's my understanding that finance is in the middle of providing those folks in Washington the paperwork they need to see what, if any, they call it a community disaster loan, we could get. And obviously, we hope at the end of the day, some of that would potentially be forgivable.
Right, we actually, and you can elaborate on this too, Rennie, we actually asked, in addition, asked for advances, like that was done for, I think it heard.
Correct. We asked for advances on any emergency work, so that's basically a quick reimbursement. Now, I think it's limited in scope. I think they only do that for 50% of roughly what your emergency work was. Obviously, though, in order to make those claims, we have to have all the invoices in so that we could present that to FEMA so they can make a determination of how much, I think they call it an advance, how much advance we would receive. So it's my understanding that once the FEMA receives those final numbers, that there's roughly a 3-month period by which you would then receive what they deem eligible for that quote-unquote advance.
So if the debris removal was 12 million, that means we have to come up and pay 12 million before, and then get reimbursed for it?
Yes, sir. I mean, it would be 12 million, would be the cash side of it would be 12 million. Like I said, if you say 3/4 of it was, 9 million and 1/4 of it was 3 million, well, then you'd only need 10% of 3 million for your budget, which would be, 300,000.
Mr. Black?
Yeah, thanks. Tommy, you mentioned, and I did not support the short-term loan, and I still don't support it. I do support the community disaster loan because it could be forgivable. I think we have some leverage there, but we're up to 2 million now. I would suggest not spending any more money on that. However, I'm one voice out of 9, and I didn't support that, and I don't agree with taking out more loan debt because we sit here right now and we kind of brush over the problems and we don't get to what actually needs to be done. And we do this every year. And what needs to be done is we've got 4 different community programs that are out in the audience right now that have been cut $519,000. I think that needs to be addressed. I think the Care Center, the YMCA, LSU Ag, and community action needs to be addressed immediately. So if we're going to make a decision on that and fund it, refund it, then we need to discuss it. Then I think we need to go back to EMS and decide what we're going to do with that. I want to see if we have a plan. Todd said there's an amendment. I'm not 100% sure what that amendment means or what it says. Does it defund the vacancies and just keep the current vacancies funded? And then what's the makeup of EMS? Who's it going to fall underneath? Is it going to fall underneath the current department and the status quo of what it is? I don't know. But I think those are the top priorities we need to talk about.
We could move to the community action programs right now because I got something taking away the 380 from SPCA and dividing it up between the CARE, Community Council on Aging, YMCA.
I get you, but we've got to come up with some solutions to these problems because, if you defund the YMCA, well, first you got to talk about recreation. Do we even have a recreation program now? No. I don't think we do. So you got to have the YMCA to support those functions for the community and the kids, especially in the rural areas. You got to address the mental health issue that the care center talks about every single day. You know, we're taking money from them. And with the job losses that we have, COVID, everything else, mental health is my top priority because it's going to have a trickle-down effect on this entire community. And I do have a presentation that was provided to me by Odyssey House on how much we spend on prevention and intervention. What does that save us in the long run? And it's almost 5 times the amount. So, you know, we spend $200,000 for the care center. We'll save over $1 million in the long run on treatments. But anyway, you know, we have any ideas, or what are we going to do? I mean, I have some ideas, but
I gave you mine, and I already talked to a business about 4-H, and they willing to pay the money.
what would happen, Todd, to that's your department, or whose department is? No, that's not your department, is it?
Which department, Mr. Black?
Animal, no, not really animal control, but if the money we spend on LASPCA.
Well, yes, that does fall under me. So if we choose not to spend money for LASPCA, we still have to provide a municipal animal shelter, which would, as you all know, be a pick up animals, hold them for 7 days, and then euthanize. In order to run that, you're still going to be close to the same amount of money we're spending on LASPCA.
Ain't no way.
What, sir, I wasn't prepared for this. We had the numbers last year that Raymond gave us from the health department. I mean, it takes kennel services. It takes operating expenses for the shelter, because you are required to hold them for 7 days. So you got to buy food, you got to have medicines, you got to have veterinarian services to euthanize those animals. You got to have those kennel employees that there every day to clean out kennels and to handle the animals. So, you know, for us to do it much cheaper than what the LASPCA is doing it currently is not it's not realistic for us to be able to save much money there.
'Cause last year I gave y'all the contacts for animal food that they would be willing to donate, and y'all never did contact nobody. So there's ways around things, and nobody wants to do anything.
Can I interject? In what I understand, Ty, correct me if I'm wrong, but we also pay for this out of the millage.
Public health fund.
millage. So I don't think this public health millage could be used for anything else. Now, look, if you guys, we can go in a different direction. We can go into where we, as he said, have what we used to call the old dog pound. Keep those dogs for 7 days and euthanize them, okay? But it's also going to cost us a fee. It's not just going to be, we may reduce that $300,000 scope, but also it may be another $250 just to have personnel to run that department. So we are mandated to have some kind of public health. So it doesn't matter to me. I don't have to have LASPCA. We can run it in-house. We've done it before. But it's going to open that where these dogs will be euthanized. They will not be out for adoption. So I just want you guys to understand that.
Yeah, I mean, I don't have anything else on that. I mean, Ben, I'll give it to you, but you know, I'm not for that route. You know, I think you're right. I think the cost savings is going to be so minimal at the end of the day, and we're losing that humanitarian service. So I think we just need to find the funding from somewhere else. But we do need to address that issue. I'm done.
Mr. Roussel?
Yes, Mr. Burris is not in the room, but I'd like to ask him the same question that was asked of him earlier about running an ambulance EMS service. Is there, I hope that's him, is there a legal obligation?
Can you hold the question?
Yep. Nope.
There he is.
Yep.
You're on.
Welcome, Mr. Burris. Earlier we had discussion about, is there a legal obligation to provide ambulance service and EMS to the public to help save human lives? I'm going to ask you the same question. Is there a legal obligation or a mandatory law that requires us to provide animal shelter?
So you mean just if we do nothing, you would let dogs roam around the parish? I mean, I guess I'm asking what.
The question,
Already
let
do
let me
that.
be clear, let me be clear about the question.
Yeah, sure.
I'm asking you, earlier we had a discussion whether or not it was a legal obligation of the government to provide ambulances and EMS services to save human lives. I'm asking you, is there a legal obligation, a mandatory law requiring us to operate an animal shelter for animals? Legal requirement.
And let me review that. I'm not aware of any, but I would like to review it before I respond. And when you say animal shelter, I just want to make sure we're talking about the same thing. You're talking about basically picking up animals that are roaming around the parish and holding them for the 7-day mandatory minimum period, which I think is the law, which is what you have to do if you provide the service, and then potentially euthanizing them.
Well, I guess I can look at it as I'm allowing people to die in an automobile accident on the side of the road versus picking up an animal.
Yes, sir. I'm not. Yeah, and I'm not questioning the policy. I'm just. I want to make sure that what I'm reviewing is I'm answering exactly what you have in mind.
What I have in mind is I'm trying to make the connection here
Okay.
to the discussion that was had earlier about the legal obligation of the government, whether we pick up humans or we pick up animals
Okay.
under the law. The second part of that question is, I heard that the millage that we use for the animals was the health department millage, which has to be used for that. Can this same millage be used for ambulance? And I think that's where we need to really lay the line down as to what our priorities are if we're up against the wall right now, whether that millage can be also used to provide ambulances that we are using to pick up animals. We down to the bare bones, up against the wall discussions here.
The use of the millage would be whatever was authorized. The use of millage funds would be whatever was authorized in the proposition. I'll pull up the exact language so that we can read the proposition, and I can read it to you all exactly what it includes.
Right, and if the millage allows both, then we're back to the same question I'm proposing right now. What do we decide? Do we decide to pick up people, or we decide to pick up animals?
I understand the question.
I'm glad that it came through clear, because that's what we're faced now with the budget that we have been presented, is that we are being presented a budget that sacrifices ambulances, and we have made the decision that we are supporting this contract. And I'm not saying I'm against either one, don't get me wrong, but that's where we're at today.
Mr. President?
Okay. Let me clarify, Mr. Epley. Let me clarify what will be reduced, not eliminating EMS, but what will be reduced in the EMS department?
The vacant positions have been eliminated out of EMS.
But there will be ambulance service throughout the parish.
Yes, that is correct.
So to fill that gap, you guys are going to sit there and approve every day overtime and overtime and overtime, and the same amount of money is going to be spent. I mean, I'm talking about what substantive changes will be made to that department based on what took place on Saturday and based on what has taken place since 2015 when we tried to do the merger. Nobody has given, nobody in 7 years, and not just you, Kirk, in 7 years, because you sat up here with us and voted for it, has given us a solution to this problem. And it frustrates the heck out of me because nobody comes up with a solution to it. We've had a solution, and 3 administrations decided to turn their nose up to it because 3 or 4 EMTs, and I'm sorry to call them out, come to your office and cry about it. It's as simple as that. So what is the solution to what took place on Saturday? What is the solution to what we're facing right now? Because right now, the way I see it, we don't have emergency medical services to the level that I'm morally comfortable with.
So, based on what happened on Saturday, we're going to have to evaluate the budget for 2022. It may include the elimination of another truck. It may include moving the Belchase truck to Jesuit Bend to help cover some of that Port Selford to Belchase area, and then having a truck on the southern end and one truck on the east bank. So we may go to 3 trucks instead of 4 trucks.
It's
We will
Monday
not.
morning, Todd, it's Monday morning, 2 days after an election, and now we're talking about what the solution, now we're talking about what we could do. Like, we should have had a response immediately today. You know what? It failed. This is what we're doing. And that should have been conveyed to the people during this whole proposal thing. To say, if this doesn't pass, this is where we're at, people.
That is
now
what
we're
was
sitting up here,
conveyed.
and we're going to steal money from one revenue stream to replace X, Y, and Z that everybody's voted against. You know, so we keep, we keep patching things. I'm just, look, I got a year and a half left of this, and I really want to continue to do the right thing. And, Stuart mentioned it in the prayer, and we mention it every time. To have the courage to do what is right. And the key word is courage. We have to make tough decisions. Serious decisions. The people voted against these millages. Make a decision.
Dr. Gouy?
If there's any more discussion on EMS, let's take place now. And if not, I'd like to, we okay? We mentioned about the SPCA and the animal shelter and all of that. Who's legally obligated to do what? The 7-day, and I just want to clarify this for the public, the 7-day hold on animals, because we're not going to have an adoption thing, okay? But we have to care for them for 7 days. Legally, because it allows the owner to come get the animal. Is that what the 7 days is for?
Yes, sir.
Well, that makes it pretty cut and dry. Well, we don't have adoption, but we have to hold the animals for 7 days so we can put them to sleep.
Correct.
And it just seems to me that there's no way out. If we got to do it, we got to do it. We got to do the 7 days to let the owners come recoup the animal. Nobody does, we put them to sleep. So, and I wanted to make that point clear because we said no adoption. Well, if there's no adoption, why do we have to hold them for 7 days? The reason we have to hold them for 7 days is that obligation.
To give the owners an opportunity to claim their pets.
Got it. Thank you.
Mr. Roussel?
And to follow up on that, we're still waiting on a legal opinion whether or not we're legally obligated to provide the shelter to start with. So if there's no legal requirement for us to have the shelter, and we decide to fund EMS and pick up people off the side of the road rather than animals on the side of the road, we need that opinion from the legal department to what we do morally. Are we morally obligated to human beings? And I'm morally obligated to both, but if we have to make a decision, where do we go? And that's what we're waiting on the legal department to make that decision.
And we should have that by the end of the day.
I would hope.
The very latest, by the end of the day. We'll let Rennie leave and go do it. All right.
I don't think anybody up here is hates animals. We all love animals, but I think I love people a little more.
What's the cost savings, though? Is the cost savings by cutting the contract and going in-house? What is it, like $50,000, $100,000 we might save? Do y'all have a number on that? And that's what I'm talking about.
Raymond had made a.
Yeah, I've heard Raymond's presentation, but I mean, what's the answer? Are we sitting up here bickering about whether or not we're going to save people or save animals? But what's the cost difference if we do both? Is it $50,000?
I believe that's about what the number was.
Something for you right now.
All right, so we're talking about $50,000.
It's not going to, the savings is not going to be 300,000 for sure.
Yeah, right. So just because you
What
cut
you
the
had on the
$320,000 contract doesn't mean you're saving
You add the positions
$320,000.
back on, and you still have to have, and then the facility, and like I said, the different expenses are going to go up, that we don't have to pay now. We're looking at it right now.
My only point here is that if we're going to take and we're going to sacrifice an ambulance, is that what we really want to do as compared to picking up animals?
I'm not making that comparison, Mr. Russo. I'm not saying cut one to
Mr.
save
Black,
the other.
I have the floor right now. And I'm not saying that, well, I'm going to quit saying it because it's falling on deaf ears. But the point is that you heard the ambulance service is going to shift. We'll have no ambulance in Bellchase or somewhere because we have to get rid of a truck because we can't afford it. Will that $380,000 go towards helping fund that truck? I mean, when we make decisions here, I guess we have to set priorities. And the reason we're in this situation is because we keep kicking the can down the road, as they say. And we really don't, address the real problems. And I promised myself I wasn't going to get into these discussions up here today because, they're futile. I've been doing it for like 7 years now. And it's really not worth the battle, I guess, when you look at it over and over and we keep making the same mistakes over and over and over again. Thank you.
Mr. Black?
I just wanted to clarify the statement about $380,000 savings, if that's going to be enough to save the ambulance. It's not 380. That's the gross number. The net number I'm waiting for from Michelle, which is probably closer to 50 grand. So, and as far as EMS goes, there is no plan. And that's the frustrating part for me, because there isn't a plan of what's going to happen to EMS now. Because I'll be damned if I go and fund EMS and go find $2.5 million somewhere in this budget to keep it the status quo. I mean, that doesn't make, that goes right to your point, Mr. Russo. That we sit up here for 7 years and keep doing the same mistakes over and over again. So, I mean, as soon as we get somewhat of a number, just to clarify that issue. But then, you have to look back and then where do we go find the money? I just, y'all vote to change that service and save 50 grand. So be it. That's fine. I mean, it's possible that could happen.
And y'all mentioning earlier about the public health fund with the millage. The millage does go to pay for ambulance and animal control. They're all.
Because when we split it up, we use.
Yeah, it's all in there. Yes,
I know that.
And then we have
says that.
we have to
We all know
fund.
that.
We have to fund the general fund funds public health about $1.2 million.
Because we took public health money 2 years ago when we rescinded the ordinance, the merger ordinance, to fund the ambulance for that year.
Last
Out of that
year,
millage,
when we
yes.
put it back in, so we put it back in the budget
I'm not
last
sure
year.
why legal is going to do all this research. It's very clear we've done it already.
Right, so it is in there already, but it has been cut back. The ambulance department has been cut back, but it is funded for 2022.
And the question I've asked is cut back to what, to provide what services? And are we going to sit there and come here in November of 2022 because the overtime budget is through the roof and y'all just spending money on overtime because they're going to try to maintain the same schedule? I mean, there's no plan. And, Benny had mentioned that it was said possibly, I don't know, that the unit in Bellchase would move down the road at the Judgment Bend. I mean, is that the plan? I mean, what's the plan? Give me a.
Well, let me clarify that. What I said was, I quoted
You
what
repeated
Mr.
God.
Epps
I know. Yeah, I know you. Yeah, I'm just
And
saying.
so,
Yeah. I'm not accusing you, Mr. Russo. I'm just saying that was said.
Yeah.
And just repeating that. But I don't know what is that the plan? Is that a guess?
I don't know if I'm agreeing with you, Mr. Black. There's no plan, and it has never been a plan. But I want to try to get to the point that where I'm agreeing with you that the savings will be minuscule, okay, to take and move from a contract to in-house service. I agree with that 100%. But I'm beyond that point about that. I'm trying to decide whether or not we eliminate a truck or we eliminate animal control. We didn't have any problem eliminating recreation like that, or the Council on Aging, or the Care Center, or any of those other entities that have been cut out completely of the budget. This budget is a priority listing of the administration from what I've seen given to us. Now, we are being asked to try to fix the problem. And so to fix the problem, I'd like to know what the real legal obligations of the government are that we have to fund and what are optional, and not optional because we have a affinity for one versus the other, which means, as you heard earlier, we have no legal obligation to provide ambulance service. Well, if we get to the level of where have we no obligation to do that, do we have an obligation to provide animal control? And that's the only question I'm really asking. Not if we have a service that we have to do certain things, but if we have no service. And I guess to say there's no plan for the ambulance, I have to agree with you, Mr. Black. I don't know what it is.
I pulled up a budget from 2016 before we eliminated all the positions to go to this contract. And if we put those positions back in, it would be $223,000. Now, I don't know how much more the veterinarian costs or the food and all that will be.
So all that's on top of that, 200 and something.
Right. And I don't know how to estimate that.
And then we got to go through civil service to hire these people back.
Correct.
And nobody wants to work.
We have how many positions vacant now?
Yeah.
Over 60 positions right now vacant.
Yeah, so I mean, the bottom line, the net bottom line is, I think, is negligible. I mean, you know, but how can we fund EMS without knowing what the hell we're funding?
Mr. Chairman, I'm fine with the proposed budget for EMS. I am not asking the council to make any changes to what is currently budgeted for EMS for 2022.
But what are they going to do? What is the operating plan?
Well, sir, it's a little difficult being that we don't have money to buy ambulances. We got 2 trucks that were brought to it that we got in 2019. The rest of them are 12 years old. They break down all the time. We spend $100,000 a year on maintenance.
Because when the merger was in place, we sat up here and y'all funded fire trucks as opposed to ambulances. And I made the comment, why are we buying more fire trucks? The chief is responsible for that. Now, whether they mad because the 1-cent sales tax was going to supplement EMS, I don't really care. But the priority of that department at the time when it was merged was decide to buy fire trucks.
I have not been involved in buying fire trucks, Mr. Black. I don't know when those fire trucks were ordered, but I have not been involved in buying fire trucks. I can tell you that the sales tax that the fire department gets is barely enough money to keep the fire department whole. So if you're trying to make the argument that we should put EMS back under fire, it's not going to work.
I'm done with that. 7 years, try to do that. Nobody wants to do it because 4 or 5 people go to his office and cry about it. And we let the tail wag the dog. Every year. It's the same thing happening in Scott's department. You know, can't get an answer because the tail's wagging the dog. So, you know, as far as I'm concerned, every position that's vacant needs to be defunded until we can get a grip on what the hell people are doing around here.
The statutes say that parish governing authorities may regulate animal control, so that implies that they don't have to. They don't have to pass any regulations whatsoever. But to the extent, like I said earlier, that you do provide it, you have to provide it in a way that conforms to the statutes.
I understood that, and that's exactly why I was distinguishing between the may and the shall. Just like we may provide ambulance service and we don't have to. We may provide animal control. We don't have to. So sitting up here, if I'm going to have to make decisions on ambulance service versus animal control, I have to go with the ambulance service. If I have to sit here and make decisions on fire department versus EMS, I'd rather, and I said this the last time we got into this box, I'd prefer to have, if I'm on the side of the road dying, I would prefer to see the ambulance show up than the fire truck. I mean, those are simple decisions that I personally feel obligated to have to make. Now, you feel comfortable with running the ambulance service just as you proposed it. Do you anticipate any overtime coming out through during the year?
Yes, absolutely.
So then you're not presenting a realistic budget, as Mr. Black alluded to. You've given us a budget that'll get us through today, but then when the EMS comes up with a $200,000 tab for overtime, we have to find that money.
Well, there is overtime money budgeted, Mr. Rousseau, and the other thing that you're not taking into account is these people are long-time employees and have lots of annual leave. So if we just have the bare minimum to run the trucks that we have, what happens when somebody needs to take personal leave or sick leave or something like that? I mean, we ran into these issues with COVID. We had the same issues when we had people out. We had to pay overtime in order to keep the trucks on the road. So, yes, it could happen. It does happen.
And so I'm asking you as the director that you should anticipate this and put it in the budget if you want to run an operation that's going to cover itself realistically. And when we get back to COVID, you know we received COVID money that we reimbursed ourselves with from the federal government.
We will realistically run the EMS department with the budget that is proposed.
Without coming back to us for overtime.
Correct.
What's that, and what is that number? What is that in the projection for 2022?
What?
Overtime.
Well, the whole thing.
In EMS?
Yep.
Let's go to, we can look at it in the book if you want to.
I just want the number.
I'm gonna get it for you. Hold on. $200,000.
What?
200,000.
No.
What number you want?
No, I want the number I want EMS, I want the budget number for
Oh,
EMS.
you want, I thought you just wanted overtime.
No.
Oh.
That's a good number to know, too.
2 million, you want the total?
Uh-huh.
2,381,403.
That's good. And what would you consider that, Todd? What's the percentage? Is that at 50% capacity for EMS services? Roundabout, I mean.
Is that number at 50% capacity for parish-wide EMS service? Is that what you're asking me?
I mean, what, if you're asking for 2.4 million, basically,
For a truck in here.
are we running at 50% capacity? That's not 100% capacity, obviously.
No, it's probably closer to 70 or 75% capacity.
Mr. Black, that number I gave you includes 275,000 for a truck that Venture Global is giving us money for?
That includes,
Yes.
So you take that out.
so reduce that $300,000.
That money is in it, that's in the revenues. We put it in the
Right.
revenues and expenses.
It was a donation.
So it is in the revenues too, so. If you took it out, we'd have to take the revenue out, so it's not gonna help you.
No, but we're trying to get the pure operational cost.
Yeah. And that's in the proposed budget, this whole 2.381.
0.381, yes.
So without the truck is 2,100,106.
And in 2021, we budgeted 2,387,000. 97.
And how much did we come back and pick up anymore after the 230, 2,387,000?
No, that's your current budget right now for 2021.
We're still about 287 short.
Yes. If you take the 275, yes.
And that would be what I removed from the operating to reduce the transfer to balance the budget.
So it'd be more than that.
I removed over 100,000 in operating.
But Todd's satisfied with the number that's proposed.
Well, if you look, when we did this book in October, their operating budget was 415 and they had spent 250. So for the next 3 months, if they spend another 50, they would be okay with the 100,000 that I removed.
I mean, we could sit here and do nothing, and the director's saying he's satisfied with that. But I want the people to understand that that service is operating at 75%. And we're going to have 3 new trucks once we buy this other one?
We received 2 in 2019, so once we receive another one, yes, we'll have 3 that are within 3 or 4 years old.
All right, so
Yes.
you guys budgeted the 320 for, the 320 is budgeted now for animal control, or SPCA,
380.
and then the 2.3 is budgeted for EMS. So, I mean, there's no action on our part if we're satisfied with that. But I can't have a motion to not have a motion.
Let's have a motion to say we'll see.
Yeah, see you in November of 2022.
We'll see. I'm tired of saying we see up here, because we always see at the end of the year.
We see it every time.
We'll see.
Said the Zen master. All right, so can we move now? If nobody wants to make a motion to move that money, and we're fine with it, we're happy with it, we're satisfied, can we move to get the community programs decided upon?
Yeah.
You know?
We have amendments for those. You just have to tell us where you want to take the money. You know, you have to take it out.
How much is
on
in
that.
public health millage left? Anything?
No, we have to, the general fund funds it $1.2 million. So we're giving it from the general fund $1.2 million to be able to operate. So it's using all of its millage plus 1.2 million. So no, there's no money from there.
So no more money.
No.
Can you move the microphone, please?
Yeah, I can. So we do have amendments that are written up for the stuff that we took out for the community programs.
Amendments or ideas?
Well, we wrote up the amendments. Now, if y'all want to vote, you can vote on them.
What are your ideas?
We do them ahead of time? No, I don't have any ideas. I mean, we could talk about the fund balances you could take it from. I mean, I don't know any place in this budget that we can go and take money out of to fund any of this stuff.
Where are we getting the money for raises?
Well, that's just part of
And
the whole budget.
The administration's good with the raises?
How much is that?
Roughly, I want to say it was about $500,000.
Is the administration good with the raises?
I'm sorry?
How good with the raises?
Yes, we are.
We're going to give raises, then we cutting people?
We are giving raises for the first time in 3 years after a 4% increase in inflation and a 7% increase on insurance. So we put that in the budget for the rest of the workforce, the depleted workforce that we have, to give some initiative. You guys can take it out. So we thought.
How good with raises while you're cutting 20 people?
We are, again, I'm going to reemphasize, we are, the general public or the general workforce is now in a 4% defect. 6% now, deficit, and insurance went up. So it's a 3% across the board that hasn't been given out in 3 years. And administration, again, approves it, and you guys can take it out.
Be good with giving the workers a raise, and the administration and say a supervisor up don't get anything.
I'm not getting a raise. I mean, you're not either. So,
Sitting next to you.
okay, well, they're doing a lot of duties also, just as much as the other workers are doing duties. Okay,
We all do.
we're doing 2 and 3 times the duties. Yeah,
We all do.
all the workers do. Absolutely, all of our workers have been phenomenal. They've done an extraordinary job under unextraordinary times.
Mr. Roussel?
Yeah, while we're on this subject then, so you are supportive of the increase to the payroll with the raises over funding the care, the Council on Aging, and whoever else was left out of the budget, the YMCA. That's your priority.
No, Mr. Russo, that's not my priorities. My priorities those are very important programs to me also. They do not have a direct funding sources. They are grants that we give the parish that you can put back in to refund. We do not balance the budget with them. These departments are very important to me. The YMCA, the care center, the senior center, and the 4-H. Yes, okay, we eliminate them because they are grants, okay? If you guys don't want to give the raises to the employees, that's fine. We'll reduce that out of the budget.
However, I guess as the president, Mr. Lapine, you made a decision, though, as a priority to fund the raises over those grant agencies. And, you know, no matter how you shake it out, that's what's presented to us.
Mr. Russo, I'm going to make it perfectly clear. I don't know if I can with you, but I'm going to try. Okay? I do support those programs. I'm going to say it again. Okay? We didn't put them in because they were grants. Our own workforce, our own people that work for us are valued employees. Those people who work for those entities are valued employees also. I get it. But after 3 years of not giving the workforce a raise, I thought it was time, and especially under these desperate times of COVID and inflation and prices going up, that these people need a break. So that was my reasoning.
Well, Mr. Lapine, let me assure you of one thing. I get it. I get it, and I understand your budget and your priorities. And believe me, once again, I sat in your chair, and so I definitely get it.
Okay, well, we can move any direction y'all want. Y'all want to take up those things, or we could just keep on moving?
We gotta address the problems. We're sitting here, we say, let's move on. We haven't addressed it. We have not addressed it. Every year, for 7 years, we sit here and play the same charade. People on the council yell at the administration. Administration goes back to the council. Hey, I'm a party of it too. I've yelled at Amos. I've yelled at Kirk. Vice versa. I mean, all of us, right? The bottom line is we don't have revenue. We don't have revenue.
That's the bottom line. Yes, sir.
You know, so like everybody sits out in the audience and complains about services and this. We're the fourth lowest taxpayer in the state. You know? Why are we not number one? Or let's stay at number 4. Because it takes money to provide the services that we're talking about providing. It takes money to have an ambulance pick up somebody off the side of the road in a serious car accident. It takes money for Julie Olson's group to provide mental health services so the guy doesn't go shoot up this entire building and have a workplace violence issue. It takes money for the YMCA to be able to provide classes for kids in rural areas. It takes money to do it. You know, so it takes money to cut 200 and something miles of levee in medians. But the millage failed. The millage for recreation failed. So let's go to 1. Let's stay at 4. Let's go to 1 and keep that status quo. And then we'll sit up here, trash the whole budget, and provide grass cutting, clean water, sewer, garbage pickup. Is that what we want to do? Is that the parish we want to live in? You know, I mean, it's not the way I want to live. You know, it's so what do we do? So we have to address these problems now. We can't move on from it. We can't move on. We can't hide from it. We don't have BP funds to hide from it now. We don't have. So the CARES Act. You know, we mentioned the American what is it?
Rescue Act.
Yeah, Rescue Act. I mean, how much funding can be used for some of these community services? Because every one of those services, in my opinion, is connected some kind of way to the issues we had from COVID that's being provided from this funding. So I can't see why we can't use that funding to replenish all 4 of those community services.
That's a question. Now, Rennie, if you want to.
That question was asked by Ms. Newberry last week, and she still hasn't gotten an answer from it.
We don't have an answer. That's the problem. Like I said, reading the thing, I don't see an issue with that, but it's.
So one of the issues is that the Treasury guidelines were not exactly clear on, this is a complicated issue. So when the federal government passed this program, there were 2 things that could be done. You could calculate what's quote unquote lost revenues as a result of the pandemic, or you can use the money for infrastructure projects for water, sewer, and broadband. Those were the only two things that you could do, or you could use it to address specific services that were affected and impacted by the pandemic. So in other words, if EMS had additional costs associated with that, or we were in some way, we had additional expenses related to responding to the pandemic, you name it, those could be used for it. The problem the parish faced on using all of the money for whatever it wanted was the way Treasury wrote the language to say what constitutes lost revenue. And the way lost revenue is calculated was you take your base year, which would have been I think in this case it was 2019 or 2020, and the 2020 year. And one of the problems is that we received a BP payment in one of those years. So to the extent that that payment is included in gross revenue, it would cause a problem for defining what our total revenues losses were. So what I tried to do was some due diligence, reach out to Treasury myself. When Senator Cassidy was here, I asked him to reach out to Treasury as well, and not only Senator Cassidy but Senator Kennedy's office too, to see if we could get some sort of decision on what that meant. Because obviously we weren't the only parish affected by that. Anyone along the Gulf Coast who received BP money that year needs to know how that money plays in. Because if it counts, well then we don't have quite the lost revenues we thought we would have. And so part of the delay, yes, I understand it's maybe taking a little time, was to try to get an answer from Treasury so that we don't just automatically designate this money and perhaps use it inappropriately. Now, last week, I received emails from both Senator Cassidy's office and Senator Kennedy's office, and it's almost as if Treasury is not going to opine on that issue. I hope they would, because we weren't the only parish affected, but clearly they're not.
Good.
So
You don't have to talk anymore about it. Then you know what we need to do? We need to move the money. If it's not supplanting, then we move 500,000 if we have it, 519, and replenish those 4 services. Because to me, I will go in front of Congress and testify how we lost revenue because of the mental health issues and the services that those 4 community action items provide. I mean, it's clear to me. So if the Treasury Department doesn't want to opine, and we spend $500,000 to make sure people have things to do, I'm fine with it.
Well, I understand, so basically we have to make a decision, and I'm, prepared to make that decision. Everyone's got to understand what the potential consequences of those decisions are. But we will make that decision. You can't just here today move that money around. There's formulas for how that money is calculated. So what Tommy has to do is he has to, if we take the BP money out of the equation, there's formulas he has to follow. Those formulas then tell him how much of those funds are available, right? That formulation is done. That's reported to Treasury. And then those are the funds that are available by the government to be used to supplement quote-unquote lost revenues that can be then used for basically anything the government wants to use it. If, to the extent that those funds are not, in other words, when all the calculations are done, to the extent that they're surplus or all the funds aren't covered by that, those funds, once again, could only be used for a direct expense related to COVID and or broadband, water, and sewer, because that's the way the legislation was wrote. So what we'll do is make the decision, because I think other parishes have done this, that we'll take that out. We'll, in other words, not calculate the BP funds as part of quote-unquote general revenue. And then Tommy will have to do those calculations and formulations and tell you how much based on that is available for you to use for whatever purposes you want.
All right, with that said, if you could do the calculation, I'll do a motion after Mr. Roussel speaks for $519,170 to replenish all 4 of those services.
I'll second it. Mr. Roussel?
Yes, this is in regards to the statement you made. Are there any general fund monies that were spent on sewer and water that would qualify us to take and reimburse that fund that came out of the general fund?
Oh, I would really have to defer to Mr. Eppley on that. I don't keep up with the water and sewer budget.
The point is that if it's clear in the language that you can use it for sewer water infrastructure, and we spent any general fund money on that.
No, I agree with you, and I've explained that in the past that that's an option we could do. It's my understanding that there were no in other words, there were no projects. Because my idea was, well, if we have a $10 million water project out there, let's just go plug in that money in the water project, take that money out in the general fund. It's my understanding that all those projects are funded out of the water, sewer, and water fund, and or were grant monies given to us by the federal government. So I too had those questions that you had. Maybe Mr. Eppley can clarify a little bit what those what the results were, but it's my understanding that there wasn't enough there to move money back to the general fund.
We've done that in the past, Mr. Russo. We've done that in the past already. You know, in the last few budgets, you know, we took anything that was in water and sewer, and we, you know, that was the general fund transferred money over. We did that in the past already. So there's nothing left in water and sewer that's funded by the general fund.
Well, what this does do, it answers the question of, we keep hearing that we can't bid the project for the booster water intake because we're short. There's a source right there that we ought to be able to get the 700,000 short and get the project bid, which is another subject for another day.
That's what Mr. Eppley remembers as well. Is that correct? You guys, in terms of looking at the sewer and water budgets, they're all either funded by grant money or sewer and water fund money, correct? Okay.
So my point is, to follow that up, which you might have not heard, is that we're sitting here with a project that we want to bid for the water intake booster station that we are short. We just moved 700,000 out of some other projects. Why aren't we not using this money, which it qualifies for, to bid the project?
I'm not saying that you couldn't. When I last did the analysis, it was my understanding that I didn't know that there was an additional appropriation for specific projects. I don't follow all the capital projects. At the time, it's my understanding that all of the funds there were non-general fund dollars. If you're telling me we're moving general fund money to,
Well, we stripped some projects. Dr. Gouy passed an ordinance moving approximately $700,000 to this water
Right.
intake project.
right.
This money's been sitting there waiting on a definition of what we can spend it on, and it's clearly spelled out in the legislation that we can spend it on that. Then we ought to be aggressively moving that money into the project and bidding the project without having to go through and stripping these other projects. It's after the fact, but it's.
You're 100% right. And the answer, they got the answer, and I'm comfortable with that. The Treasury Department's not going to opine. So spend the money. Encumber the money. Yes.
Yeah, better to ask.
Yeah. What are you going to say? Oh, wow, you spent it on water to provide for your community? You provided it for mental health treatment or things for kids to do?
Yeah, but my point is.
Throw me in, man.
The point is, it's there.
It's there. So encumber, let's do it.
I don't know why we going around in circles trying to find the money.
Well, I think we need I'll have a motion,
I second it.
prepare.
I have a question before you move any further.
Sorry, yeah, go ahead, Joe.
Mr. Bartholomew?
Yes. In those programs, is the fire department included in that? Recreation? So that's left out? Mine was left out.
It wasn't funded in 2021.
No, we had funding, but we didn't use it because of the CEA. So I would ask that you put the 25,000 back in it.
As a point of information, Mr. Bartholomew, the whole entire recreation department is out of the budget. There's no recreation department in the budget.
That's a recreational program. Was the Wise out too?
Well, it's getting ready to get put back in right
Well,
now.
that's what I'm saying. Well, that needs to be put back in.
So I just want to be clear on this American Rescue money.
Excuse me, sir.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I thought you were finished. I apologize.
Finished?
Okay.
Point is that the program on these banks with the fire department to run the pool and some is excluded. It's not part of that operation. If the Wise part of the operation, it should be part of that operation as well. I'm not talking about running no baseball camp, no football field, none of that kind of recreational program. It's just the summer recreational program that only goes to the summer months and the pool. And we asked for 25 like we had last time. Huh?
The lifeguards are out the budget too.
Well, yeah, put that back.
I want to be clear.
Parish handle that. I mean, the parish should handle lifeguards anyway. Because they, I don't know what's the appropriation, how much they plan on appropriating to the Y. What's the appropriation for the Y?
200,000.
200,000. And that's for what?
Eurus and Port Sulphur, and some goes to Belche's salary.
See what I'm talking about? So why, this is serious business. You're gonna put up 200,000 to run 2 camps and exclude the East Bank from not having any, to do the same thing at 25,000. And the pool, not that lifeguard, but to manage the pool.
Can I say something? Or okay. I just want to be sure on the American Rescue Money plan that we're on the same page. From a legal point of view, I'm comfortable right now with you guys appropriating American Rescue Money for water, sewer, and broadband. We should not be appropriating money for these other services out of American Rescue Money at this point until the calculations are done. I can speak with Ms. Hilda, make sure that there's not any initial coordination that needs to be done. My recommendation to you all would be to, if that's something you're ultimately going to do, I'm pretty confident that those projects could be funded with the federal monies, but that needs to be done with Ms. Hilda, through Treasury, and I would recommend that you use either emergency fund money or bond money if you want to do it, in other words, today, to get it over with. And then we can do those calculations, formulations, and at a later date, we can then say, okay, here's the American Rescue Money, and then you can dump the other money back into the general fund or the bond.
How long have you been asking them for those questions?
I asked Treasury myself about 3 months ago. I asked Senator Cassidy and Senator Kennedy probably a month ago, and I just received responses to them from both of them actually, I believe last week. When Treasury responded to me and their response was kind of either incomplete or didn't really answer what I was asking, we went the route of asking the senators, and the senators didn't have any much more luck than I did. And so that just kind of is what it is.
If they ain't answered you now, sorry for them, they should have.
Well, like I said, last thing I wanted was an audit from 10 years from now and someone say, oh, you couldn't do that. So I want to show that we made good faith attempts to get specific answers from Treasury. We were denied. I agree with Mr. Black. I think that our actions were reasonable and prudent, and I don't see anything with what we're saying to be inconsistent with the law. It was just that I was hoping for a little more clarification, because obviously when you're spending federal dollars like this, you need to be careful. And it's not just me in my office. I've had these discussions with St. Tammany folks, other parishes and jurisdictions to kind of get an idea of what they were doing.
Mr. Bartholomew?
Yeah, I'd just like to offer that we include the volunteer fire department in that program. Add they to the list. Thank you.
I'm willing to do that.
So y'all going to vote at the end?
You want us to just do the amendments like we usually do and keep them, or you want to do them now? I mean, it's up to y'all.
Got the numbers now? Do them now, and then we've done with it.
Well, I mean, like we usually just do the amendments, we keep them on the side for y'all, and at the end, we vote on all of them. Because it gets kind of complicated if we start taking money from this one and that one.
I get it. We need to address this issue.
Okay, you want to vote on, we can
Yeah,
do it.
well,
It doesn't matter, I mean, it's up to you. You want to do it, we can do
the
it.
amendment for CARE needs to go from 88 to 150.
Huh?
Yeah, no, we get it.
We can do it.
We can go from 88 to 150, and then aging is still 200, YMCA is still 200, ag is still 29.5. That's what they're asking for.
Ag doesn't need the money. I thought that the venture was paying it.
But they're working on it right now. They in communications with 4-H.
150.
Somebody from 4-H can tell us.
Fire department's included?
I have that one at the end.
Okay.
I have one drawn up for that.
No, he wants it included in this one.
Look, I'm fine with that. Look, I'm fine with that.
Included with this one.
It is.
Can you let them know your communications with?
Yes, sir. Wayne Burgess with the LSU Ag Center. Mr. Kognovich had gone to Venture Global at one of their meetings and asked them if they could help to support the 4-H program this year. And I got a call 2 weeks ago from a Mr. A.J. Walker, and he asked what we needed, and I told him the 29.5. They actually rounded it up to 30,000. But he said to write him a report, tell him what we do, and that they would be meeting soon to take a look at it. I hadn't heard back from him. This morning I did send him a text, and he said they're still in discussions about it. So that's where we stand.
Do you need the 29.5 right now?
Well, we will need it for salaries. That's what all it takes care of is salaries for 5 people.
Tommy, those 5 programs, add them up. I'm a motion on that, please, from American CARES Act.
Got a motion for Mr. Black. I'll second.
Do y'all want to wait to see the amendment? Because usually we pass out all the amendment.
Oh, it's not out on mine. Hold on.
I mean, just read it out.
Okay.
What's this called?
It's an amendment transferring from the CARES Act, $200,000 the Council on Aging General, $150,000 to Community Programs General, $200,000 to YMCA General, $29,500 to LSU Ag Center, and $25,000 to the East Bank Summer Recreation Program.
Y'all gonna vote on them in Globo or separate?
Voted on them. I'll motion to vote on them in Globo.
I'll second.
Yes. That's what the ag said.
Y'all want these?
Thank you.
Just go. Questions?
Any questions?
They were all separate. It was all separate.
Huh?
She just passed them out, but those are all separate amendments.
Oh, it doesn't matter.
Have y'all vote in Globo?
We know we voted on.
Administration? Audience?
And listen, I don't know how you guys going to do it. And look, I have nothing against the YMCA. And I said it over and over every year. I'll come up here with this. But man, poor people can't afford the YMCA. You know what I'm saying? And look, you guys got to figure it out, but we need recreation for these kids, man. Everybody here have kids or grandkids. The quality of the whole parish is in jeopardy here, man. We need to get some type of recreation there for the kids.
Machines are open. Passes 7-0. Let the record show Mrs. Bartholomew and Mr. LaFrance is present. Anybody has anything else they need? Mr. Surpass?
All right, we're gonna go to oil.
All right, the next thing I have is oil and gas review. I told a couple of you, Scott Elston couldn't be here today. He was exposed to COVID. So I can go through whatever we have. Go ahead and bring it up.
Yeah, I'm not sure how much time we want to spend on this. It's pretty simple. We got a $2 million increase.
Pretty simple.
We're not producing. We got to stop talking about how much it costs per barrel because it doesn't mean anything to us anymore. We got to stop looking at this as a recurring revenue annually. We got $7 million last year. We're getting a little bit less than $10 million this year in oil and gas revenue. It is not going up. It's not going up. Say it every year. It's not going up. So, 40-something million dollars in 2014 compared to $10 million today. That's what the public needs to understand. That's where we're at. You shake your head all you want, but unless you're going out there with a platform and drilling oil and producing in the Plaquemines Parish waters, I don't know what to tell you, because that's just the reality. That's just the reality. So, what we need to address is really not talking about how bad it is and have a pity party up here. We need to address the other issue, which is recreation. Are we comfortable with recreation being done?
I'm fine.
I'm not.
Y'all good with it? I'm good with it too.
Yeah, I'm not good with it. I mean, but
I'm not good with it, but I mean, if you don't want to discuss it, that's fine. I mean, y'all understand it. What you said is exactly what it is.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just
Increased the budget by $2 million for oil and gas. The price is up to $80-something a barrel. Just like you said, the price doesn't mean anything when you're not producing anything.
Yeah. So, I mean, we need to address EMS. We've addressed the Animal Center. We addressed the 5 community programs. Now the elephant in the room is really is recreation. So what do we do? I mean, the budget proposal cuts recreation in its entirety.
We give the SPCA a free building. Let them, if they want to stay there, they can stay there. If not, we're not paying them anymore. We asked them for help during the storm to go help get animals down the road, and they wouldn't do it. Mr. Bartholomew?
I'm just puzzled that we had a program that was, the recreational program was going on, taking care of children's needs and meeting the needs, and all of a sudden we just eradicated. And I don't think that's an answer. We have to find a way to make this thing work. This is not good. This is not good for Plaquemines Parish at all. It has a negative reflection on us. And I don't know, change some money, and there's no money to be moved, so I don't know.
Dr. Gouy?
We've been talking about the animal money. How much money is that?
I think it was 310 or something like that.
Give us the net, not the. I mean, we talk about the gross number.
No, he was just asking for the SPCA.
Yeah,
SPCA amount?
yeah. How much would that be?
$370,000.
70. I knew it was.
I'd like to move that to recreation as a motion.
Said it comes out of health care.
Dr. Gouy, I'm going to ask my guys, I don't know if that's appropriate because it comes out the public health fund.
I think we'll spend all that public health money on public
Well, we can
health that
decrease the
comes in.
transfer.
Yeah,
To the,
because
I
we
mean, we
don't
couldn't
have
do
to
it, we
pay.
can do it. We can decrease the transfer to the public health fund.
Okay.
Or the general fund and take it from there. We just need to know where, what.
Then where's the money going to come from to fund the department on the back end? If you take it from LASPCA, and Dr. Gouy, I know where you're going with this, and I don't necessarily disagree with you. However, if you take the 370 from LASPCA and move it, then you're going to have to move money from somewhere else to then backfill the positions in running the operation. Or we can let animals roam around freely. Be fun.
Well, it's my thought process now that we want to address recreation because we have to. There's some money that we can move. It's up for discussion. I'd just like to put it behind us because we all know we are going to fund recreation. We're going to find a way to fund recreation. I don't know how we're going to do it. This is a partial solution. I don't think it's going to have an effect on public health money that comes in. You gave me the may. We may do. We don't have to do. We may do. So I'm putting it up for discussion if we're going to do this. If anyone has any other suggestions for the remainder, let's get that on the table too. But I'd like to get the recreation situation behind us. I yield.
Mr. Black.
And you say we are going to fund it, and you probably will get 5 votes to fund it. And I'm going to tell you right now, I'm sorry, I'm not funding recreation. I'm not voting to fund recreation. Recreation lost, what's the number? 63%? The millage? 63-37, the recreation millage lost. 63% of the population basically told us, your recreation program sucks. We think y'all can't manage it properly, to include the council. And we don't think the administration knows how to do it. And it's a catastrophe. So 63% of the population basically told us we don't have confidence and faith in what this government is doing with the money that they have now. So if we go ahead and find a way to fund it, which is nearly $1 million, all we're doing is telling the people what they told us when they voted against the millage. You see, you could find the money somewhere else. You didn't need to come take it from me, the taxpayer. That's what we're saying. If we vote to go find recreation money from somewhere else, we're basically telling the 63% of the people who voted against it, you see, I told you so. See, that was money y'all could have found to keep recreation alive. It's as simple as that. Simple as that. And look, we need recreation services. 63% of the people said we don't, or we don't trust you. So we got to find another way to provide it. A better way.
Dr. Gouy?
Well, I think the vote was not only down for recreation, it was down on levies. And I think everybody knows we need levies. It was on the ambulance service. I think everybody knows we need ambulance service. It was a no vote against any tax raise of any kind. That's what it was. And with all due respect to the administration, they put out a lot of feelers as to what we needed. But I don't know that, and it may not have mattered, that here are the consequences. And I don't know if that would have mattered, because I think the general mood of the public is we do not trust any of our government officials to run the business of government in an efficient manner. So no matter what it was, it had got voted down. The point is now we're at the crossroads of recreation. Are we going to fund it or are we not? It's up to us to make that decision. How, and if there's backlash to it, there's backlash to it. But are we going to fund recreation or not? So there's a partial way to fund recreation by moving that money. I've got complete confidence that we can do it. It's just a matter of do we want to do it? I yield.
Mr. LaFrance?
Yes, I think the results of the election Saturday is the results of the lack of confidence that the people have in our government. Our reputation, the arguments, and that includes everyone in this room. Everybody who's sitting up here, everybody sitting at the table. There's a lack of confidence in what we can do and what can we achieve. And it's going to take time. It's going to take time to change the reputation of this government. I remember when I first got on the school board, the reputation of the school board wasn't very good. There used to be a lot of argument, a lot of fussing going on, sometimes even fighting. But it takes time. People are going to have to sit at this table, and we're going to have to work it out together. That takes time. It's going to take time to change the reputation of this government. It's not going to happen overnight. But people are looking at, what have you done for me? What have this government have done for me? We had an opportunity maybe a month ago, or a little more than a month ago, to come together to see if we can alleviate the tolls on the bridge for Belchase. That vote failed. And the people is looking at that. If you can't help me with this, why would I help you? Times is hard. Times is hard for everyone. We had an opportunity to buy some property right across the street where we could have bought it and divide it and make some money on it. That didn't happen. People looking at that. They are looking at that. So this government here, and believe me, well, one of the reasons why I ran, I wanted to see if we can get all this arguing, all this fussing alleviated. Can we come to the table, sit down, roll up our sleeve, and work together? That hasn't happened yet. But we still got to work on it. But the results of the election Saturday in St. Charles Parish, St. John Parish, they tax proposal, they passed. Why did it pass everywhere else except here? What is the difference? We're going to have to do things differently in this parish from now on. The revenue, the oil and gas money's not here. So we're going to have to roll up our sleeve and come together, work together. We're going to have to prioritize, and we're going to have to do things differently. And you're going to have to show the people that we are willing to work together, willing to work hard, and do things differently than what it was done in the past. But until then, I don't look for any millages or any proposals passed. And when we had met with me and Mr. Lepine, when we had met, he had asked me, he said, what is the difference? What is the difference when the school board, when they have a millage and they have proposal, a tax proposal? What's the difference when it passed? What is the difference? Because when the school board say they're going to do something, that's what they do. And that is the difference. But until that day, this happened with our government, the results is going to be the same. Now, I don't know if it do any good for me saying it, but I supported the millages. And I was going to have to pay for it. But I know it's hard to make things happen without money. But until then, we're just going to have to do things. We're going to have to bite the bullet. Now, Mr. Black, you say you're not going to support recreation because 63% of the people voted against it. So does that mean that $7 million project that we had back here, are y'all willing to kill that, take the money and divide it within recreation throughout the parish? That's a question for you, Mr. Black.
And the answer to that, which has been stated numerous times, is that I don't control that money. That money is specific. And let me just give you the 20-second background, because I see Mark looking over here at me, about where the money came from. The money absolutely came from projects, PWs, after Rita and Katrina throughout the parish, that in 2013, after Hurricane Sandy took place on the Northeast, Congress created the Sandy Act, which allowed money that wasn't used to be used for other purposes, other projects. In 2013, that government, not us, not the one we sat on last time, that government and that administration decided to make specific projects. And they did. That money was brought to the government complex, and people up on this dais now has looked into trying to move that money to other projects. It can't be moved to other non-Sandy Act applied for projects, period.
I got the list of
That's it.
projects.
I know. I got the list in my head of the projects. It's 7 projects.
No, they had a list of about 40 projects.
That was the PWs from Rita and Katrina that was moved.
They could have put on the Sandy Act list safe houses at the pump station.
But they didn't.
They didn't do it. They picked a ball field in Belgium.
So that was in 2013. That wasn't us.
Well, I know it was.
Okay, so and it can't be reversed. We've tried to. We tried to use it for water treatment. We tried to use it for other projects. We tried to move it down the street to other property that we own. We could not do it. We tried. So yeah, we have a $5 million project, and we also have a $3.5 million project that we completed that isn't being used properly. It's got 20 people from FEMA sitting around hanging out in there instead of using a different building. You know, we were tying up all that revenue that could be used. What we need to really do is, once that project's complete, bring somebody on that can manage these tournaments and these, you know, outings and, you know, other things that's going to bring in revenue. It's all going to pay for itself. But that, I'm sorry, Mr. LaFrance, that money just can't be moved. If it could be, I'd have been on board moving into another project that was more suitable, but that's where the money was at. I mean, that's the hand we were dealt. I'm sorry about that. It's not my fault. I wasn't here in 2013. But when we got here in 15, that's what we decided to do. And that actually voted unanimously. This council, the previous council last year, the one myself and John and Benny won, voted unanimously to take that $8.5 million and split it for a quadplex and for a multi-purpose center. I mean, that's it. It's as simple as that. So there's no magic. Let's shut the project down and move the money to pay for other things. You just can't do it.
From what All South told me, parish president can move it. That's what All South told me. In a meeting
They
with,
never told me that.
I was in a meeting with Mr. LaFrance. Who else was in the meeting? Richie Blink.
Yeah.
Then why wasn't an ordinance? Why didn't you do an ordinance to move the money then?
He could move it, not me. We could vote 9-0. He's got to move it.
I've never heard that. I've never, Kirk.
That has never been conveyed to me from All South.
All South told me that.
Well, I maybe it's a discrepancy, but I can honestly say on record, All South has never told me that money could not be moved. It had to be used for that project.
Did you ask him to move it?
They told me it could not be moved from that project.
We need to get all sides.
You know, and as far as the other comments, I agree with you about 90% of what you said, Mr. France. I totally agree with you. I do think the school board does a good job, you know, and I think they provide the in service that they provide it can be measured. They're an A+ school, the whole thing. So people see that and say, hey, this is something good we have. And they want to fund it. You know, with us, I mean, they look at it and grass is high and things are not working properly, and it's not just the administration's fault. We just don't have the revenue.
Yep.
You know, and as far as the bridge goes, Corey and I went to the meeting. They had 20 people there, 10 people that worked there and 10 people to include Rob and Don. I talked to Rob and Don the whole time because there was nobody else there. And it's been advertised multiple times. You know, so.
I went to the one in Port South, and like he said, y'all had 20 people.
Yeah.
more than us.
I mean, if you wanted a Subway sandwich, you could have walked away with 40 of it because, nobody was, that's it. 19% of the people voted Saturday. 19.
Mr. LaFrance? Yes,
I
sir.
yield.
Okay, I'm gonna start off. I'm gonna back up a little bit. So I'm gonna start off with taxes, the millages, and I think that the reason that the millages did not pass was because the people of this parish are seeing how top-heavy this government administration. And a perfect example of that is what y'all are talking about right now, and that's recreation. Recreation has a payroll of $400,000. None of that $400,000 goes to the kids. Zero. It's all salaries. Okay? There's a director, there's project coordinators, there's freaking, look, that's the problem. When are we going to cut at the top and start benefiting the people of the parish and putting workers on the ground, doing what needs to happen, and you don't need a director supervising 8 people or 6 people. Okay?
Finish what you were saying.
Number one. Number two, let me finish. Number two, the tax exemptions that are given out in ITEP, industrial tax exemptions, that was not discussed a little earlier when our assessor was up here, that is a problem, and our port is not going to receive, the port or the people in this parish are not going to receive a dime from this LNG because they have been given 10 years of tax exemptions. So keep that in mind as well. We don't have any money coming in from the LNG plant because of state levied tax exemptions, right? So that takes a lot of money out of our ad valorem money. Maybe I'm not understanding all of this, but that is what I have heard and understand. Now, correct me when I'm wrong. Another one, the ambulances. Why can't this go under PMC? Why? I don't know. I don't understand. They've got $6 million that they're blowing of our money, and we can't freaking put any of these ambulances underneath PMC. Why? That relieves the parish of that. They're already getting paid. Why is that not there? Don't understand. Maybe I'm not sitting over there. I can't make any of these decisions. But believe me, there's a lot of ideas that are thrown up in this parish, and a lot of people that have brought ideas up that just get ignored. It gets ignored by the 9 up here. Maybe not all the 9, but there's not 5 of y'all that will do it. Okay? And then the administration, y'all stipulate what he's supposed to do. He turns around and thumbs his nose at y'all and says, "The hell with y'all, I'm not doing it." Okay? There's a problem. So believe me, when you say that the people of this parish have no confidence, I've just named just a few of the things that cause the citizens of this parish to have the lack of confidence. So,
but you talk about the top heaviness of recreation. And let me clarify something. I don't understand where you're even coming from with that. Because this is the recreation organization. You have a director who makes about 50 grand. Okay?
60.
Yeah, I'll give you that. Let's stipulate it's 60 grand.
That's what's on the budget.
It's great, because I'm sure he lives a great lifestyle.
Plus benefits.
60 grand.
Plus benefits.
Yeah. All right. So let's 60 grand. Okay?
No.
He has an assistant, he has 3 workflow coordinators, and 7 public groundskeepers for the parish.
4 coordinators.
You know? So, is that top heavy?
Yeah.
How's that top heavy? How is that top heavy?
$400,000, Bo, that's being spent on.
It has to be spent.
It does not have to be spent.
And how are you
do not need a director over recreation. You need the 3 directors that are in the parish charter, and then you need supervisors underneath them, foreman levels reporting to them. That's how look, Bo, you know how organizational charts work.
You know the constraints we have with civil service. I mean, you know that. I mean,
if you defund them, they're not there.
I totally agree. We agree.
Defund the positions.
We agree.
They're not there. If you defund the positions, civil service can't say a thing about them, right?
Look, I'm full support of you with that, Rob.
Okay,
No,
so
we have not identified those positions to defund. 2 years ago, I tried to reorganize recreation. I tried to cut the whole thing, and it failed. I tried to move all the public groundskeepers over to prom, which was 8 of them, and have them work directly in the bread. And we'd increase that department by 8 people, and then the workflow coordinator's jobs were to do the scheduling, and then coordinate when the grass needs to be cut on certain fields. And we had a plan. It failed. I mean, so there are ideas, but so what's the idea now? So we're going to sit up here and argue about refunding recreation after the people said, no, we don't trust you? And then what is it going to be? Status quo, the same thing we're doing yesterday, which is terrible?
I did not say that we need to defund it, but what I said that we do need to do is we need to reorganize it, and then on top of that, you've got people that are only paying $25 to participate in these things. Raise some fees for the people that want to participate in it.
And we fill 4 football teams that cost us more than any other service to have 5- and 6-year-old kids banging their heads against each other. We shouldn't be doing that. But you know what? Defund that.
It's already defunded. People got their money back. It was defunded way before the millages.
Right, but there's been no change in the structure of it.
It's called reorganization.
Yeah.
Okay, so get rid of the organization that's there now, reorganize it, put a supervisor with some people that can cut grass and not 6 people making 40,000 plus for recreation.
I'm actually agreeing with you in that.
I agree.
I cannot sit here and support refunding recreation as it is because the people have said we don't trust you with the money and the program sucks.
Thank you.
So if you want running for recreation, at least my 1 vote out of 9, then I need to see what's being redone. Like what changes are being made.
I agree. What changes are going to be made? Right now, there's been no talk of reducing salaries. There's been no talk of reducing the budget on the people who are running, obviously not running correctly, the recreation department. Man, why? I don't understand what we don't see about this. Think about it as your book at your house, your finances at your house. That's the problem. These people don't believe that you should have raises coming in benefits, raises coming in salaries, and yet we're all struggling in this parish to make ends meet. And yet y'all just keep on going. I yield. I'm done.
LaFrance.
I'm good. I don't know how many properties do this recreation department, but I know they cut and maintain more than just football fields and parks. I know they cut by the community centers, government buildings. About how many? 40 properties.
And Mr. Russo did a resolution to go through and identify properties to sell. I haven't seen one property for sale. But yet we're talking about buying a property across the street. We're talking about renting out a building and all this other stuff. No, we haven't. No, listen. Nobody wants to rent a building, a commercial building. I work downtown. No, Rob, nobody is renting out commercial space. Yeah, because there's a lot of people that's lining up on Belcher's Highway to rent the Popage building. To what? Sell candles? What are they doing?
Mr. Henry?
Yeah. Doc, thanks for that. Recreation Department, you need to be back up, man. And Bo, look, your $7 million project back there, so you mean to tell me you don't want to vote to put recreation back, but you're going to, if this project come to fruition, you're going to have people coming from all over, and our kids going to be watching them play?
Incorrect.
You don't want to fund the recreation department?
If people would listen to the plan and understand the plan, you would understand that the $8.5 million that was spent on that complex, $5 million for the quadplex, $3.5 for the multi-purpose center. If you would take a look at those facilities, and you had somebody who had a level of competency business-wise and management-wise to go in there and run those facilities. And if you would travel around this region and see how many people go to basketball, volleyball, wrestling, softball, baseball tournaments, if they manage those facilities, it would produce, and they are great facilities, it would produce enough money for us to run an independent recreation department through recreation. It would pay for the salaries, it would pay for the operational cost. So our kids would have that. And we could use those 2 facilities to make the money. But nobody wants to bring somebody in who is able to bring those people to those facilities. I've been pushing since 2015 for that quadplex to get done, and all we have right now is pilings driven, test piles. I've been pushing for I don't know how long to go get that multi-purpose center done. And people go there, and it's a phenomenal facility. But it's tied up right now for some reason because there's FEMA personnel doing whatever they're doing in there. So we're losing all that revenue. And I talked to Tony when it first opened up. He had teams, AAU teams of basketball lined up almost every weekend. The money that we receive from that alone is going to pay for the recreation. That's our out for recreation. Those two facilities are our answer to recreation, but nobody wants to listen to that.
Yeah, but you gotta provide recreation for the entire
That's what you
parish.
said.
It's not
You
just
see,
Belchase.
But that's what you
Everybody
said.
don't live in Belchase.
The revenue derived from those facilities, we take that money and we put it into a special recreation district fund, and it pays for all recreation. That's what I'm trying to tell you. So we are providing recreation for our kids, but not out of the general fund. It's a direct fund source that I just identified. I can't explain it any easier than that.
I don't have a problem with the concept, but I have a problem with we need to fund recreation. Now, if that makes money, then we can improve it. You know what I'm saying? If Joe Project makes money, then it can be improvement to the rural recreational system. But right now, it needs to be put back and established for these kids to have recreation. That's my point.
Mr. Russo.
But all over the parish.
Yeah, I just want to respond to the issue about no one wants to rent buildings or any of that. We don't know because we won't put up a sign. Never even tried. You know, I don't know who's got candle shop that's looking for space, but to keep making those statements about nobody wants to rent it, you know, that's a narrow-minded thought because we haven't even made an effort to try it. Just like Port Eads. I'm still waiting on a report about Port Eads, and all I hear is that, well, the people who had it before might be interested. So we're holding up or we're waiting on somebody to move forward with Port Eads. I would hope that we make some moves because, you know, the way I approach this is that every nickel you raise, it's a nickel less that you have to cut. And we've made very few efforts to try to raise money other than taxing the people. So, you know, it's a sore spot with me. And I passed this resolution, you know, 6 years ago, to market these properties on this facility. Till today, we have not made an honest effort to try to market anything, including the Popich building. All we've done is spent about $20,000 making a report that says why we can't rent it. So, you know, it's a sore spot again for me to not make an effort to rent it back to the property across the street. We could have bought it for $320,000, but yet we passed on it. We passed on it because we got blindsided by the state putting it up for auction. And the resolution to that would have been an easy fix. We could have purchased it because the guy who bought it paid $700,000. We could have doubled our money, but we don't think business-wise around here. And I'm not going to go into the reason why we lost that, but it's very obvious why we lost it.
Mr. Bartholomew?
Yes, I think we are not aggressive in seeking grants. We're not we're not aggressive. Federal, state, and business, corporations, all those people are giving money out there to the children, and we're not being aggressive at all. And we never have been comprehensively. I'm not talking about segmented. I'm talking about comprehensive grants that are available. I see different parishes in our neighboring parish, all in St. John, St. Tammany, all those people are getting a bunch of grant monies for those kind of program activities, but we're not. So I think we need to be aggressive on all ends of funding some kind of way. Just be aggressive on all of it, and I'm sure you that we will see some revenues. CARAC gets some money. All right, the pound, the dog pound. That's another one we can get a lot of grants for. This thing on and on. That grants can be subsidized, but we don't do that. But just like East Bull said, we don't have the money. We don't have it. So what we're going to do? Excommunicate the children from participating in recreation? I don't think so. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Donald Allen, Bill Chase. Guys, I sympathize with you. You know, for many, many years, I've been involved in budget analysis reviews year after year after year, and sometimes you got to bite the bullet. Sometimes you set it aside. What I don't see here, and what I don't think the public has seen, and evident by the election this past week, for two reasons. One, they lost trust. They don't have the real facts, and they don't know the situation which y'all are facing and the parish is facing. It all boils down to revenue forecasting. That's what we're here for today, is budget. And unless you know what, for the next 5 years, you have a plan of what money's coming in, what sources, and that is consistent in some form or fashion that you can determine backing into a budget of need, you're obligated to take care of the public's need. Sewer, water, trash pickup, things of that nature, police, fire, things of that nature, basic qualities of life that we all see. But yet all we saw this past, for this election, was full-page ads in the Gazette with glorified pictures. They didn't tell the facts to the people. And people didn't even vote. And the sad part about this, we only had, about 2,000 people vote in this election, if I remember correctly, 2,700 people? And, 70% of people voted no. And I don't know if there's any rhyme or reason to that, the justification. They just voted no. Same thing happened in St. Tammany Parish. They have a major problem over there. They're $200 million short in their budgets. Nobody's addressed that. They got to have the same problem. We all face that throughout the entire state. States facing the problem, although this year we seem to have a surplus of what they're asking us for where our projects are. I like to tell a story about doctors and doctor friends of mine about surgery. People are scared to death to have surgery. And I was at a time when I've had my surgeries. But if you know what you're going to be facing, and it's explained to you in the beginning, it's just a matter of functionality and steps that you go through. Same thing with the budget hearing. I can tell you, I can sit here with you all, I've been with you all at these meetings and listen to you. You got to get a consensus between yourselves. You say the people don't trust you? You don't trust yourselves. Y'all can't agree upon anything. I mean, it's terrible. I mean, it's 5-4, 4-3. I mean, it goes back and forth all the time. If I was coming here to do business in this parish, which I try to bring people and talk to people about the benefits of Plaquemine Parish, I mean, it's a beautiful place. I love living here. I can tell you, I enjoy it. I love the people here. But it's got to come to the point where we got to quit the infighting. We got to be proactive and go after what we need, what the benefits of this parish are, why you want to live here. Everybody talks about we got great schools. Well, we are and we don't. There's a lot of stuff that's hidden up. There's got no crime. Who knows what's going on behind the scenes? They don't give the facts out either. But there are a different tax base that goes in there. You all don't. I think you get about 17% of whatever comes in. It's not enough to run the parish and the functions that are there. I can sit here and tell you, I watched Scott and what he's doing. Without question, he needs another 7 mills that's sitting out here to fund his departments in that. Recreation needs it from that aspect of it. Roads and bridges. But the most priority thing that I've seen in this parish, we don't need anything down here unless we have flood protection. Until we complete on what we're doing and protect the people, we don't need police, we don't need fire, we don't need insurance, because they're not going to be here. They're gone. And what's happening at Alliance down the road, when we didn't get that levee finished and closed and protected, business is gone. And that's the largest taxpayer we had, largest single employer we have. And yet, I know everybody's working behind the scenes and talking about what could be done with it, et cetera, et cetera. There's a lot of activity up and down this river. We have 3 things going for us. Citrus, the river, and frankly, in my opinion, the people that we have here, entrepreneurship. But unless we promote that and go after it on a uniform basis, that this is a good place to live and do business, we're going to be fighting this for 7 more years, 14 years thereafter. You got to get a hold of your budget. Until you know for the next 5 years where your revenue's coming from, who's bringing in, and maybe reallocate it, you get a tremendous amount of money from the port. None of that money is going to this parish. You're not bringing it back in. Now, we're talking about moving the ferries, John, to protect you, keep the ferries running back and forth. That may not materialize before it's all over with. Do we need 2 ferries? I'm not the one to say that. Do we need a diversion down the river? I'm not the one to say that either. But somewhere uniformly, we all got to get together and make a determination what's good for the parish. I can tell you, we need to cut the grass without question. We got the best trash pickup. We got the best water around, best rates it goes through there. And they're responsive. I mean, I knock them from time to time, but I can pick the phone up and call them. But you know, it's so difficult for you all to get an answer. And all of a sudden this past year, it's starting to come together. But you got to pull it together yourselves. The people don't trust you right now, and rightfully so, because you don't trust yourselves. Thank you.
Mr. Sarpas?
Okay, we're going to skip over oil and gas, the revenues.
All of that discussion was because I asked for an amendment. All of that discussion was the amendment of moving the dog pound.
So you still want that amendment?
Yeah.
Okay. We just,
Hold on, let's just get I want the amendment done.
Does you want to add the positions?
the problem is, Dr. Gouy, we took out 700,000. We're going to be putting back in 370.
Right.
So you're not going to be able to put the entire department back on. I mean, we could put, several of the positions. I mean, that's the thing. I mean, we have to look at it to see how much do you want to put back
What
on.
I'd like to do, put it in as an amendment, and we'll look for the other money, and we'll come back to it.
You want to put the whole thing, we have an amendment to put the whole thing back on.
Okay.
You want to try to do that, and then we'll see if we can come up with the other money?
Yep.
Okay.
Let's move on.
Yeah, we do have the amendments drawn up already. Okay. The next thing we can go through is we have capital improvement budget and the manpower table.
Capital improvements now for general fund projects are basically grant funding. We can go through them if y'all would like, or
Mr. Roussel?
Well, in light of the education that we had this morning about the money that can be used for the sewer and water, I'd like to move some money into the project that we have on the agenda discussing the water intake plan.
water intake.
From the American Rescue Act?
What's that?
From the American Rescue Act money?
Well, that's what I understand we can use it for. And we should have done that a long time ago.
That was 700,000.
Currently, it's short 670,000.
And if you look at that number, which I just got from Mr. Epley, a report showing all the total expenditures on that project, I was under the impression y'all were going to work on trying to reduce some of that cost. Have y'all made any progress on that?
I spoke with engineering about it. We have not sat down and tried to reduce the cost of the project yet.
Well, I can tell you if we put the total amount in, 670,000, they're going to spend 670,000. So I would appreciate you making some effort on that. Now, I know, we've had these discussions about running the water department. I've asked you to do several things before of negotiations with Inframark to try to reduce that. I don't know if you've made any progress on that or had any discussions.
We're trying to schedule that for this week.
Well, I've only asked for it 3 or 4 months ago, maybe 6 months ago, but I thought
Right,
today would
Mr.
be.
Russo, you're absolutely correct. And, there's been several other things going on in Plaquemines Parish in the last 3 or 4 months also.
However, I thought that we would be ripe for the discussion at the budget hearing when we're looking for money and looking to be able to address these issues. So, having said that, my frustration level is really up right now when we don't make these efforts to try to bring these things into focus during the budget hearing.
So do you want to?
No, I don't want to move now because I want to see if we get any results from the effort that's been requested.
Okay. All right. So do y'all want to move to the capital improvement budget, or do you want to skip over that? We definitely need to go through the manpower table. We don't have to go through capital improvements if you don't want to. I mean, it's in the book, y'all. I'm sure you looked at it. Let's go to tab, manpower,
Take
green
out
tab.
capital improvements. What did you do with the funding on ABEAR?
It's still there.
I need to do an amendment to move it to drainage for BC number 2 to fix that. It's directly related for infrastructure, so it's legally can be moved.
You talking about the impact fees?
Yeah.
I'll second that.
I need to move it to Belchase number 2 to finish that project.
I'll draw up an amendment for that too.
Okay, let's go to manpower.
First, we'll start with the unfunded vacancies. That's great. How you get that thing to stay? There you go. But what happened to the screen? I can go from here and just look at it up there. All right, the first one that was unfunded.
Rochelle, can you please speak into the microphone? Thank you.
Was Council Administrative Assistant for District 8. Huh? I can't see it to move it.
Are these funded vacancies that have not been removed from the proposed budget?
These have been removed.
They have been removed.
So what are we doing? Why are we going over them?
Well,
They're gone.
they're gone.
There's no money to replace them.
There are 3, though, that in the process of the timing and everything, they were hired.
How many times have we done that? I mean,
So,
that's why when you were on the council, I love when we had the hiring freeze, you had to come before the council to do it. Because everybody just goes hires people. You know, I want to know who's going to go tell them you're no longer needed.
mhm.
Where? Hired where? What are they doing?
2 were pump station operators, and 1 was a reinstatement of the foreman and prom. So those are the unfunded. We have 1 transfer. The DA decided to combine his domestic violence with his normal district attorney department.
I can care less what the DA does with his money. I can care less what the judges do with their money. It needs to be a bottom line. If he wants to give them raises, give them raises. If he wants to go buy a car, let him go buy a car. I don't really care.
So
I'm
that's
not in the
just
DA
a
business. I'm not in the
transfer.
judge business. We're in the business of bottom line.
I can't not get this to move over. It won't stay.
And I apologize, Rochelle, for my frustration, but this is every year, and we should be breezing through this. This should be like, okay, move on, next.
Layoffs were
I know, I hear what you're saying, Tom, I get it.
recreation and employees and the 2 Fort Jackson employees.
All right, so those were funded, vacant positions,
And they, right,
okay, well,
layoffs.
do we want to, since Mr. Gooey wants to refund it, do we stop here and decide how we refund those positions?
That's what's going to have to happen.
I know what's going to happen, but we passed it over, we kicked it.
If you only want to put $300,000 back in the budget, yes, we got to decide which position to put back in and what operation.
And then look at the vacancies for animal control, who's going to run that department,
But you won't let me make it big.
you know?
Vacancies throughout this.
I know.
60 some odd vacancies.
I get it, I've read it.
So, I mean, you know, that's the thing.
I get it, because when you take an action, like saying, and no disrespect, Dr. Gooey, let's just move 360 and refund this, there's results to that action. And the results to that action is now you have another department that's defunded that needs to be funded, so where you get that money from? Or you're still $450,000 short of where you need to be, so where do you get that money from? So now we're here, why can't we just deal with it? Make a decision, we have all of us here, except for 2.
I don't know. It's back over there. Oh, you sound loaded. All right. Then the next would be deleted positions. And that would be all the ferry positions since they are being transferred. And unbudgeted coastal zone land since we eliminated that department last year.
We haven't, the water department meter readers, are we still carrying a full load of meter readers?
We are carrying. One, two, three, four. There's 5 filled meter reader positions.
And do they have any in there that are vacant funded?
We unbudgeted the 1 vacancy that they had.
So since we're moving to the automatic water meter reader system, when and are we going to reduce the amount of water meter readers?
We will still need people to go out and do disconnects, reconnects, new service, maintenance, those kind of things. So we will not know if we can reduce the amount of people that we have. We're reducing 1 out of the budget this year. We will not know what we can reduce until the program is complete and we have an idea what it is that it takes.
However, we've had this discussion over the last year about Infomark taking over some of those responsibilities. And that's what I was hoping that we would get to. I understand we might need 1 or 2 people in the water department, but to continue to have 5 when we're going to automatic reads and not talking with Infomark because they have to show up to locate a lot of meters, and there's a double effort there. And this is not the first time I've mentioned this. I mentioned it a couple of times over the last year or so, that we are double efforts to do the same job. So, I mean, you know, I'll say it one more time. We need to talk to Infomark to see what they can do about picking up some of this slack, and we don't have to have the 5 meter readers that we have now and reduce it to whatever we can live with and perhaps transfer some of those people to somewhere else.
It is what it is.
Okay.
Okay.
Loaded in, but it won't let me get it all the way in. I don't know what's going on. But anyhow.
Look, I understand the friction here, but I'm getting frustrated because of no action. So we can keep the friction going or we can get it done.
Your response has been noted, okay? We'll look into it.
Mr. Lapine, you can go back and look at my response for the last year and a half. And you keep noting it. I hope you read those notes.
I've been reading the notes. I'll listen to them if I want to.
I'm glad you said that, too.
I know you got to get the last word, but I ain't going to let you.
You can have it. Go ahead.
May I have the floor?
Mr. Black.
This is the paper I want to talk about. Why cannot we why can we not address this issue? This is the biggest issue in the room right now for us.
Where can we find that money?
I don't want to just make up things to make it sound good. If you remove the contract from SPCA, you have to backfill it with a service. And how much does that cost? And the net was less than $100,000.
You want to put recreation back on, you have to take it out of fund balances.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. So what are we talking about up here?
So decide which one you want to take it
I don't
out
know what
of,
he's
and
doing.
take it out of that and put it back in. I mean, that's bottom line. I mean, if you don't want to put it back
And
in.
I'm not, listen, the only way I'm voting on this is I want a commitment from him and him to reorganize that department, period. I have the reorganization. I pulled it up from 2 years ago of how we reorganized that. And it actually makes his department a lot better. By moving the 8, and by the way, Rob, it's only 3 workflow coordinators, the 8 public groundskeepers to Prawn. And then have them do that work. But until, I'll support that. I'll support moving, because the positions, public groundskeeper is in Prom's thing too, so it can be easily transferred. We already discussed that with civil service. So if that's moved, It's a recreation coordinator and 3 workflow coordinators.
Mr. Chairman?
I'm talking about workflow versus different. It's a different job. Anyway, the public groundskeepers, if you move them over to prom and have them do the work that needs to be done,
You're doing it anyway.
that's fine. They can go. The workflow coordinator can from prom can call and say, hey, we need fields cut. We need this cut today. We need this cut today. And you get
Need to increase the prom budget, though.
No, we're not. We're giving you 8 people. We're giving you 8 people with the money. With the money. With the money. And then, but we need a commitment that this is what's going to change with recreation. And I would even propose to say, you know what? Let's take a pause for a couple months and then decide on what recreation is going to look like in the fall. I don't know. But Dr. Goo, that's how I'll support it, because obviously the other way is not working and the people don't like it. And we always talk about cross-training. That's the job title. You know what I mean? That's the job title, public groundskeeper. You have them in prom, you have them in rec. Combine them. Anyway, talk about that.
Mr. Bartholomew?
Yeah, I think they are doing a lot of that crossover now. The Recreation Department cutting properties that's not listed as recreational properties. But anyway, I like to offer that motion that we go ahead and take it out, the undeserved fund, and put it in, and then come back if you need to be. Because this discussion got to come to an end.
Yeah, we can't take it out of there, Mr. John. There's several different designations we can, but you can't take it out on reserve and designate. It only has $21,000.
Well, where can take it out at?
You got emergencies you can take it out of, or you can take it out of BP fund.
Take it out of either one, BP or emergency. BP.
I can't get into my amendments right now.
All right, we got an amendment written up for that. We got that, so we'll.
Vote on it and get it over with.
It's already done. I have it up front.
Yeah, we just have to put it down. It's coming from there.
Once we get done with
We'll
this,
take
I
care of
can
that.
discuss.
Recreation, but are y'all gonna go with Bose?
Put the stipulation, once you put it in the stipulation that they have to be considered to do a revamp on it, add it to that.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Or do it like
With Mr. Black's idea to move those, to save those recreation people, we will put them in the prom department as groundskeepers, with the intent that they will be doing the same services that they are doing now. Okay, so they, like we said, we've done 40 properties, so they'll do that, and they'll do the ball fields. Okay, so we will have extra groundskeepers. Now, when that comes up next year, the budget will be inflated, or not inflated, but make sure that we can fund all of that in prom of next year. Okay? So
it won't be. Because it won't be funded, it won't be funded next year in prom, because the proposals would BP funds. It's one-time funds.
It's one-time funds.
money's
So
going next year.
we're going to come back with a bigger budget in prom next year.
No, it's the same budget. It's just transferred from recreation.
We eliminated the recreation department. Okay? Those funds of the recreation department.
You have to find them.
Okay, you funding those
They
recreation.
want to use them from the BP funds. It's a one-time fund source.
Okay.
It won't be there next year. So next year, if we do this proposal, next year, we won't have the money to fund it.
Absolutely.
I'm agreeing, yeah.
Okay.
I want to go back to something that Dr. Gooey was discussing earlier. I know things are categorized for accounting purposes, and then things are categorized as to who reports to who. I just want to be clear that the public health millage cannot be used, in my opinion, to support EMS operations, or I think you were also talking about recreation, et cetera. Now, okay, all right. Now, it can be under, for any kind of accounting purposes or whatever, it can be under public health. I just want to make sure that, and it's my understanding from finance that there's enough general fund revenue transfer from general fund to the public health unit to support those operations. So I just want to make sure that in fact is the case.
It's not totally. We are transferring, we'd like transferring 1.2 million, but the total operations for ambulance is more than that. Total operations for ambulance services is 2.3.
And we got the difference from the revenues.
From revenues for, yeah,
It's
the
billing.
ambulance, that's about 750,000.
Yeah, right.
So you can look at it that way. I mean, there are fees.
Well, I just want to be clear because I think there was a discussion earlier about using the public health money instead of using some of the public health funding to not provide animal control, but maybe to use it to provide EMS services. And public health unit is something that is defined in the statute. And basically, it's a unit that's used to support the sanitary code. And within the sanitary code is the abatement of nuisances of animals, et cetera. So it's within their mission of the public health unit. It is not public health generally like, well, I'm just going to use it to provide whatever kind of public health we want. And you would just say, well, EMS is a public health. I think we all agree EMS provides public health. But the millage was specifically approved for what's called a public health unit. And that unit, under the state statutes, only provides limited scope of services. EMS is not one of those services. Animal control is one of those services.
So let me, Mark, on. So over the years, have we used public health funds to support ambulance service?
Ambulance is always, for as long as I've been here, has always been in public health.
Always. So,
right, but it's funded. But it's my understanding. General fund is fund. It's been under the public health as it. It's two separate issues. It can be under like a public health code or whatever. What I'm just telling you is that the law says you can't use the public health millage funds to. You're not supposed to use it to support them.
But there always has been a transfer to public health fund from the general fund also.
Right. However, we have used public health fund millage money to support the ambulance service for the last
Well, it's always been in that fund. And
30 years. How many years? 30 years?
As long as I can remember.
So I appreciate your revelation today. But the problem is that, you know, this has been going on for 30 years or more for EMS receiving money from the public health millage.
Well, I'm just telling you what the law says.
I understand what you read. You know, I haven't read it, but there's an issue with this to say that now all of a sudden we're drawing a line because we're trying to pick animals over people that we can't use millages for public health for ambulance. I just don't get it, you know, how we change that.
Public policy, you can do what you want. I'm just telling you what the law says, that's all.
Well, please provide us with a copy of the law and your interpretation of why ambulances after 30 years do no longer fit under the public health millage with a written explanation of it. I learn something every day here, man.
Anyway, where y'all want to go?
I want to go home.
We're not done with manpower.
This is ridiculous.
We had two positions that were requested. One was by Division A. They requested a part-time drug court treatment assistant.
I don't care
But
about.
no, this would be something y'all would have to fund because it is not in the book because it's an additional position.
Do they have a bottom line budget?
Yes.
Are they equal?
I don't know if they're equal, are they? I don't think they're equal.
What's the difference from last year?
Well, we brought them back to their last year's budget.
Okay. Done deal.
Okay.
For me. You got the same amount of money as last year. Get the same amount of money this year.
All right.
You have to go do whatever you want with the money. I've told the judges this. It's not our job to decide if a position gets funded or not. If the judge wants to hire somebody, take that budget he has, the same amount he has last year. I think that's fair. And then go hire somebody. If he doesn't have that will to go get somebody else, don't get him. Give a raise, whatever you want to do with it. I don't care. But that's for the two judges and the district attorney to decide. You have the same amount of money as you had last year. That's how it is across the board. We all have the same amount of money. Some are getting cut, some is less. That's fair.
Firefighting also requested a position, and he gave cuts throughout his departments to offset the additional position he is requesting. We have amendments for that.
That makes sense.
Another requested change that was not in the book was District 4. requested to have his secretary to make the same as the other ones. It was a total of $3,200 difference. And we also received a manpower request for the council secretaries to receive a 2% increase. We have amendments on that. That was sent to us after the book. And that's all the changes for manpower that were sent. So what did they decide with recreation? Moving the groundskeepers to prom?
We still got to go back to the 2 pump operators and the foreman for the East Bank.
Yeah.
For prom.
Are they funded in a proposal? Are those,
They were unfunded. That's the ones that I told you that were hired.
okay, so you know what this is what the problem is. If you needed the positions, then why did you give us this book, Scott, in unfunded them? Because you know what, when I think I was the chairman a couple of years ago, we said we just did it as given to us. You want us to do that again? Because
I didn't get the book till later after this was going on. It was right in all of the process of it happening.
But it's y'all job to tell us what the priorities are. Benny had mentioned that word earlier. What are the priorities? It's y'all job to say what the
I got
priorities
21 pumps. I got 13 pump operators.
I got a
So
book that the parish president signed and said, here's the priorities. And the priorities that he signed was to cut 2 of your pump station operators and a supervisor or whatever, a foreman. That was his priority. You're his director.
some of these positions aren't on here anymore neither. So we just had some leave.
Am I not making sense?
You make it sense, but it happened before we got the book. And it was still on the board.
I mean, that's like, you know,
You just gave $500,000 in grants away. You know, we hurting all over the place. We hurting with, you know, you mentioned cutting grass. We got 3 times the amount of roadways and ditches to cut. We got levees to cut. Yes, we have maintenance of levees to cut. You know, I wasn't going to talk, but man, look, this is getting ridiculous because y'all asking, each one of y'all asked for, go cut this guy's ditch over there when we got major destruction down the road. And, you know, come on.
All right.
What you want to do first? But yet, y'all still sending work requests to go cut somebody's ditch when we got major destruction. Only got so many people. Well, 90% of the tractors in the shop and broke down.
I don't disagree with that.
So,
however,
you know,
I'm not sure why everybody, Rennie, please just 1 second while we're doing this. Did every one of you directors sit in a room and say, let's write this up and figure out what our priorities are? Because if that would have been done, we would be sitting here not with cuts to this, this, and this. We would be sitting here with every one of your people you need funded. And that's what we're talking about right now. We're talking about 3 people who are unfunded, who are priority people in your eyes. And I agree, they're priority people. But why isn't that in the proposal? The proposal, to me, should be relatively simple. It should be, these are the priorities that we need to run this government and to do the things that are necessary, period. And make our job easy and say, all right, we adopt it as is. But the way we look at it, and Benny had mentioned this before, is that, Mr. Lapine, is this your priority? Yeah, it is. So when your positions are defunded, how, it's tough for me to sit up here and say, I'm going to go ahead and refund them. And I mean, you know, you and I go back a long way, but I'm gonna be fair across the board with every administration. I've said this every single time. You know, y'all need to just fund. So that's what, 100 grand, 150 grand? You know, where does that come from? Where does that come from?
That's, like I said, it's got to come from the fund balance designations. I mean, bottom line is.
Bottom line, this is the only one we have.
Yeah, well, like I said, you got emergencies and you got BP. That's it. The bottom line is we have to budget revenues and expenses, revenues over expenses. You're the only ones that can take the money out of the fund balances and put it back, to put the stuff back in. So we have so much revenues, and that's it. So those expenses have to cut. So the way that they did it was to take out all the vacancies. Every vacancy that was out there, to take them out.
But y'all knew that these people were getting hired. Y'all knew
So
it.
what happened is,
That's incorrect. Because we don't know, civil service takes a while, okay? We put that on the board. We've been trying to hire a CBO for 6 months, okay? If he would have come to us in the last month who wanted the job, we probably would have hired him, okay? So it does take a process. It does take a time. It's not just because I mean, he's still waiting on deckhands, okay? So if we would have got a deckhand tomorrow, we would have probably hired him, okay? So that it does take a process. It's not like we're sitting on our hands waiting for somebody to come apply for a job. We've been.
Yeah, it's a process, but you guys have to have the foresight to see that, okay, these positions are priority and need to get filled. Like for instance, like the CBO. I didn't want to bring that up, but the CBO drove me absolutely insane because we had 13 permits that were waiting on new homes that were over $500,000 apiece. That's a lot of tax revenue that comes to us. And we had a CBO who decided to retire, and we knew that, yet we didn't say, okay, well, he's going to retire. The day he retired, the position sat vacant for 4 weeks.
It's been vacant for 6 months. We did an anticipated hiring for that for 6 months, and nobody applied.
And there's outsourcing you can do.
Then we did the outsourcing. Then we did
After the fact, but I mean,
no, not after the fact. I'm not arguing either. I'm just telling you how it's running. You looking at it from that side, we're looking at it from this side.
yeah,
Okay?
but I am kind of looking at it from your side because I think it's as easy as saying, here's the priority positions.
We do that.
Directors would say, what are your priorities?
We've done what we can with what the money we have. Everybody, to me, everyone's a priority that I don't have. I'm 200 people short than what there used to be. Everyone's a priority, okay? But I can't fulfill all that priority. I'm doing what I can, what I have. If you ask me for priority, I need another 100 people, but I can't.
I don't disagree with you.
Okay.
You need another 100 million, but we don't have it. So then you got to sit back and triage and find out what the priority is.
That's exactly what we did. We eliminated everything, and now we don't have it. I was out the room. I didn't hear what Mr. Russo asked.
He asked for 2 pump station operators to be refunded who's already been hired and a foreman who's already been hired. That's $100,000 to $150,000 that we got to come find.
Okay.
Because evidently, when the budget was proposed, it wasn't a priority, but now it is a priority.
No, not necessarily a priority. It was a hiring.
But you knew it was getting hired.
Huh? No, who knew it was getting hired?
You did. Y'all did, I would imagine.
We were going through the process. We were trying to find people to get there.
All right.
this is what happens. We do the budget. We get with civil service and tell them, these are the positions that are going to be unfunded, okay? Do not hire these positions. Now, depending on where they are, there's some of them that's like almost being hired, and so those we have to leave in. It's kind of a timing issue. So what happened is she hired those employees, but they were taken out of the budget. And they were probably in the process at the time that they didn't tell us that. So those people have been hired now. Those positions have been hired, and we don't have the funding in the budget for them. So we either put the funding back in the budget for them, or we.
And we got 3 options. What? BP, one-time fund, bond indebtedness. We got to go back and refill it. Emergency fund.
That's it.
Emergency fund, which we have hardly any $2.5 million in it. Or we say, you know what? Nobody gets raises. Nobody gets raises, and we fill the positions. So what is the priority there? Do we want to give people raises? And they probably deserve raises. But you know what? I think people are just as happy to have their jobs, too. Especially after seeing what happened at Phillips 66, which is a shame. But you know what? Maybe we need to prioritize and say, how about let's be happy with the jobs that we have and use that funding to put some people at pumps. That would be my proposal. I would ask for a second. If we do that, I appreciate it. And tell us what the priority positions you need out of the money that's going to be saved. What, $500,000?
Yes, 400, what, 450?
All right, how many positions that we can replenish? Can we replenish the leadership at Recreation with that? Or can we just move over the public groundskeepers with that and replenish the 3 positions that Scott has? You know, 8, I would have no problem with taking the public groundskeepers that are in Recreation, move them under prom, which I think you can do, and then replenish those positions that Scott just asked for with that money that we saved from the raises. That would be, that's my motion.
Mr. Roussel?
Yeah, I was heading in that direction with the administration to decide what was their priority. I mean, again, I'm not going to waste the time, but if we got that on the table, I'm ready to move forward.
It's going to take us a little while to get that together. I mean, we do have to, an amendment to put the, to take the raises out.
Mr. Bartholomew?
I'm done with that. That's good.
Mr. President?
I don't know if you wanted to break for lunch.
I'll remove the motion until we get the paperwork done, and I want to vote on it after lunch.
Okay, well,
We can't afford lunch.
let me make sure we are straight. So we're going to take the raises out, and we're going to put back on the positions that we have to put back on. The ones for flood control, those 3 for sure.
Those 3.
And then recreation positions?
The public groundskeepers, I want them moved to.
So you want us to add, because they're not in there, so you want us to add public groundskeepers in the prom department,
Yeah, that
correct?
saves those jobs.
Okay. And that's it? That's
That's all mine. That's all for me.
Okay. Now, no operations, anything to put back into
I'm
recreation?
not talking about recreation at all. That's Dr. Gooey's
Okay,
problem.
I got you. All right, okay, I'm with you.
Then we already did recreation to restatement?
No.
No, we have not. The only thing we've done is put back the grants.
I thought it'd be interesting that we take it out of the BP fund one-time fund.
I can't hear you, Mr. John. Hold on one
He
second.
thought it was coming out of the BP fund, recreation.
Recreation,
I mean, we can do that, put it all back on you if you want to, we wrote up one like that too, so.
yeah, I know you told me you had did it, so I mean, it's supposed, that's what I suggest we do, then get that over with.
All right, so so if we do the whole recreation department, and put it back in from the BP fund.
One's going to work, one's not going to work. So we got to figure that out up here.
Right, okay. We'll do both, and then y'all can decide how you want to do it.
How long you want for lunch?
We move mine first.
5 minutes.
Then we can, yeah, we'll talk.
No,
I'm going down to Thompson.
And I did one.
I don't need to eat. I got donuts in there. Y'all could all have one. Got 2 dozen donuts.
You get some Vienna sausage?
Yep, I got that too.
All right, and I did the one to put them.
You want? Y'all want hour, 2 hours?
I'd say just to 1 o'clock. It's 45 minutes.
Got to take a break till 1 o'clock.
Thank you.
Meeting's at 12:14. Prawn. Move them to prawn first. Move them to prawn. Move the employees to prawn. Like to call the Plaquemines Parish Budget Meeting to order at 1:26.
They're going to be vacant.
Tommy?
Okay. So, where are we moving now? We're moving to do the recreation, to move the positions into the prom department?
I want to take the funding from the raise to use to move the employees from recreation, the public groundskeepers to prom, and to fund the 3 pump station folks.
1 to 3 pump stations, all right. Okay. All right, so we need to do the one for the raises.
I thought we were going to the prom people first.
Either way.
That's fine, doesn't matter.
Doesn't matter how we.
I just want to
One
make
is
sure we
the-
fund it. It has to be funded,
Right.
but the funding source is
All right,
from,
we'll fund it.
Well, I was
we
just
can
on
fund
this
it.
one, I was,
yeah.
It doesn't matter how we do it.
okay, so which one's the prom? Give me my stuff. You,
That's
that's
recreation, yeah.
prom. This is, I had one of these for cameras and
Bartholomew,
raises.
you,
Yeah.
You got to say something?
No.
Mr. Black?
No, we're just waiting to explain it whenever.
Okay, so we're on the prom one. This is funding 5 groundskeeper positions in the public right-of-way department. Just transferring them, correct, from recreation to prom.
Y'all are fully understanding of that, right?
Yes, sir, Mr. Black.
Offer.
Mr. Black offers, I'll second. Any questions? Administration, audience? Machines open. Which one was that? Mr. LaFrance?
The prom one.
That passes 6-0. Let the record show Mr. Arbo left.
And the second one should be the 2 pump station operators and the supervisor or foreman from the same fund source.
Okay. Flood control. She's gonna give them to you when she's done. All right, the next one. We are funding a pump
Microphone.
station operator number 4. Is it on that one?
Yeah, it's on.
Yeah.
I lost my screen, Kim. All right, for a total increase of 51,700.
Offer.
Mr. Black offers there a second.
And then
Second.
to him.
Second by Mr. Bartholomew. Any questions from the council? Administration, audience? Mr. Roussel?
The amount you're transferring is $51,700 total. Is that for one position?
Yes,
That's just for one. Yeah, number 4.
number 4.
Any other questions? Machines are open. And it passes 6-0.
And here's 16. The next one is to fund a pump station operator number 16. And that total is also 51,700.
Offer.
Mr. Black offers there a second.
Second.
Second by Mr. Bartholomew. Any questions from council, administration, audience? Machines open.
The number 6.
It passes 6-0. Next item.
The next one is public right-of-way maintenance. It's to fund a foreman, and the total is 58,320.
Offer.
Mr. Black offers there a second.
Second.
Second by Dr. Gouy. Any questions? Machines open.
Huh? No. Tell Kim they're coming
It
up.
passes 6-0.
Did you have an ordinance to remove the funding source or to remove the proposed raise or no?
We got
All
one.
right.
And will that include all raises in the budget or just the merit increase?
Merit and cost of livings.
And what else? That's it? Are there any other raises in the budget?
2%.
2%?
No. That's not included. Oh, the
3%?
firefighters, but that's state mandated. We can't take theirs out.
But the employees is 3% merit, 2% cost of living?
There were separate separate raises requested, but they're not included in the budget book. We can't include those.
That's for fire. But for us, we're getting 400 and something back from both.
Huh?
Okay, no, we're getting 4 something back from both. That's-
But
Administrative assistance.
Those cannot be included in the budget because it's a separate raise. It's not a merit or a cost of living. There's an ordinance that prevents us from doing that.
So,
Additional positions or any type of raise other than merit or cost of living.
so how do you address that? You take
It's
it,
a separate amendment if y'all would want to do that.
yes.
All right, the next one would be to remove the merit and cost of living increases. The total would be $498,505.
That is general fund?
No.
That's
Germ-
for everything.
That's for everything,
That includes FICA, I mean, all of the insurance and everything?
yes. Everything. Just general fund effect was 416 or something like that. You can
I'll-
go off the spreadsheet.
I'll offer.
Mr. Black offers there a second.
Second.
Second by Dr. Gui. Any questions?
Yeah, I just want to make a comment to the employees that this is a tough decision because we want to be able to pay them a good salary in order for them to stay. But we also have priority positions that we need, and we do not have the funding. Hopefully we could do some things with this government to increase revenue and provide those raises next year. But, a lot of people are in a situation where they're losing jobs, and this is an ability for us to be able to keep jobs. I mean, we're saving a bunch of jobs by doing this. So that's all.
Mr. LaFrance?
By doing this, how many jobs do we save?
We've already saved 8, 9. No, actually, it was 5, 6, 7, 8, 8 so far.
8. So by doing this, we are able to keep 8 people employed. And it is a hard decision to make. But however, I think saving people jobs is a little better than for some people not to have jobs at all.
What do you want?
Any other questions?
The only other question is, how much will be left after this amendment out of the money that we are moving? Since we've already funded a couple of positions, 8 positions out of there.
Oh, y'all didn't do Dr. Guli's yet. Y'all have about 50,000.
That's it?
Because this whole 498 is not all general fund money. It's solid waste, libraries, firefighting,
Yeah.
not firefighting, waterworks.
Mr. Lapine?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Again, the administration's plan was to give a raise to every employee, dedicated employee. Look, there was times that we had to make tough decisions and eliminate some positions, and that's not because we didn't care about the department. We just knew that we had to make some structural decisions. So we would rather you take it out of another fund, but you taking out the raises. So we'll move forward. But let's just go on record and say no one gets a raise this year. Could I see a commitment out of you guys that no one gets a raise this year? Because if we pulled it from everybody, no one should get a raise.
I thought that's what we were doing.
Okay. Just I want to.
I think let's let it out the bag. Obviously,
There's a couple amendments here for some
that's coming up.
for a few raises. So I just want to, and there's not a knock on anybody here. Okay, this is just I want to be straight across the board.
Yeah, me too.
Okay. All I have to say.
We'll see in a second.
Need 8.
We'll see in a second.
Any other questions?
8 was flood control.
Machines are open.
8's coming out.
It passes 6-0.
All right, next we have firefighting, that position that they wanted. And it's 2, 3, 4, 5, 7 amendments because he nets it out to 0. He took reductions throughout his different divisions to 0 out the effect of wanting the additional position.
What is the position?
A firefighter for Port Sulphur.
And where's he taking all the money from?
All the different, I can show you right now. In Bell Chase, he removed 15,000 from maintenance buildings and grounds. That was 10,000, 5,000 from ports and supplies, heavy vehicles. Lake Hermitage, overtime 5,000. Port Sulphur, overtime 10,000. Burris, overtime 10,000, and maintenance buildings and grounds 5,000. Bluefield Venice, overtime 10,000. Point Lahash Phoenix, overtime 10,000.
That tells me that we budgeted too much last year. Okay.
So if y'all want to vote on this, you can do it in Globo.
I'll offer it Globo.
Mr. Black offers their second. Second by Dr. Gouy. Any questions? Machine's open.
Just remember, we're going to have the same situation next year with the same position.
In what way?
Can we move to recreation, get this over with,
Unless he
because I
doesn't,
have to leave.
unless he doesn't use that overtime, he's just going to have to use that overtime again to rebudget it to keep the position open next year.
However, does he have a lot of budgeted overtime in his budget for this year? He does?
Can you go to, I can't get mine to go down any further. To get to it, it's stuck. There it went. Firefighting, they want to know how much in overtime. Here was firefighting. We want to know all of them though.
Firefighting. See, he's got it in different places here. 845,000
In overtime.
overtime.
Well, it appears to me that they're packing the budget with all of the money that they anticipate on receiving and putting it into overtime and other items. So are we on our way back to building up more employees in the fire department? At the end of the year, we'll have a large surplus in overtime?
He spent in 2020 over $1 million.
In overtime?
Yes. So, no, you're not going to have a surplus.
What's the problem, Todd, with that?
So fire falls under state civil service. The way they work, they work 24 hours on, 48 hours off. If somebody gets sick, they get 365 days of sick leave. In order to cover those positions, to fill those positions, we have to call people in on their days off, and they get paid overtime. Because of the way the civil service system is set up for fire through the state, it allows it for that to happen, and that's unfortunate. It's not something that I like, but it's the state civil service that they fall under.
let me ask you this. Are they mandated to man those stations if somebody's out?
Are they mandated to man those stations? I do not know the answer to that completely. I know since Superintendent Butcher has taken over, we've sat down and we've talked about how to staff these stations, how many people we need at certain stations. Belle-Chasse Central only has one employee because they get a good volunteer response whenever they respond. You know, on the East Bank at Woodlawn, there's 3. It just depends on the area and what it takes to get response in order to keep the fire ratings that we have. In order to have the fire ratings that we've been enjoying, they have to have at least 3 firemen on a scene at any given time, and that's been tough to do in certain areas.
Just pass the message. If we worked out the overtime a little bit better, then maybe, you know, we'd have the funding for Woodlawn Fire Station, some other stations, or some other assets. I mean, $1 million in overtime, it's absolutely insane.
I agree with you. And when I first took this job, I looked at it and said, this is ridiculous. We've got to be able to fix this. But with the number of firefighters that we have on the payroll, if somebody's out sick, and you know, I know of at least one right now, we have to fill that slot with overtime.
You know what's so ironic about this whole thing is that when we did the consolidation of both, the one thing I asked for many things, but one of the major things I asked for is for people to cross-train, for EMTs and paramedics to cross-train as firefighter 1s and firefighter 1s to cross-train as EMTs. That $850,000, $1 million in overtime we'd have been paying, we could have funded EMS the whole time because we would have had cross-trained people, so you wouldn't have to call somebody out to do overtime. But hey, since 2015, this is what we're dealing with because nobody wanted to ruffle some feathers and just get it done. So I just hate standing on that soapbox because this council voted twice. We were right to do it. If it would have been implemented, we wouldn't be having this conversation. So I just want to, I don't know. It just aggravates me, Todd. You know how much that aggravates me.
I agree with Mr. Black. Anyway.
Yes, sir.
My question is, where did our fire rating move to when we went to paid firefighters as opposed to our total volunteer fire department that we had for years and years? What was it? What was our fire rating then? And what is our fire rating now in all of the districts?
So I don't know exactly in every district what the fire rating is. I can tell you in most of the districts in Plaquemines Parish, it's a 5. In Point Lahash, until last year, it was a 10. In the Woodlawn area, it was a 7, and it's down to a 5. I think Belle-Chasse is a 3 or a 4. Port Sulphur is a 5, I believe. And Boothville and Buras are both 5s, I believe. I'm not 100% certain on that. All of those areas, when they were just strictly volunteer departments, they were a 7 or above.
Okay, so where has $1 million of overtime benefited the people of Plaquemines Parish? It sounds like to me it has not benefited us one iota. It has actually decreased our fire rating because you said that they were 7s before.
The lower number is better, sir.
Okay, so the lower number is better. Okay,
Yes,
I misunderstood that, so I'm wrong about that. So it does not get better. It has gotten better since the paid fire department has come in. Okay, and it's lowered the rating 1-2 points in some places, right? I mean, I'm just looking for a benefit of $1 million worth of overtime, and I'm 100% agreeance with Bo to the fact that cross-training saves money in any occupation. It doesn't matter what occupation you're doing. Cross-training works, okay? So, I agree with that, but I don't understand $1 million worth of overtime. Shouldn't be happening. Not real sure how that can even.
We can eliminate it if we hire more employees. I mean, we can always do that. If the council would like to budget more positions, we can do that, and we can eliminate overtime. But then you got to pay benefits on that overtime. And like I just said, sick leave is 365 days for firefighters under the state civil service. I ran the numbers. It's cheaper for us to pay overtime than it is to hire firefighters and pay them benefits.
Really?
Yes, sir, absolutely.
That's an eye-opening statement right there. That's eye-opening. So I'd like to see those numbers, but I believe you. I believe what you're saying. But we got to do something. We ain't got the money. So.
Thank you.
I'll call the question on this issue.
Well, we already voted. It passes 6-0.
We didn't vote yet, we just did.
All right, the next one we have is Dr. Guy's. It is funding 3 workflow coordinators. And a director of operation. I think it's one other one. And the total is $511,840.
Recreation.
You offer.
And I believe they have a recreation coordinator.
There's 3 workflow
Don't they?
coordinators, 1 recreation coordinator, and a director.
It is a recreation coordinator?
Recreation coordinator is the
Okay.
title.
All right, if y'all want to vote on that one. I think the source you said was BP?
You can't use BP. You got 5 people.
Can't do it right now. Need 6.
You can take it. Kim? Mhm.
Well, we can take it out on reserve undesignated.
No, you can't,
Why not?
because it totals 511.
I know, but we could take it out on reserve undesignated, then go back in and do another one to transfer funds from BP to, you think we're going to have 6?
You're wasting your time. I'm not voting on it. I've already said that I'm not supporting this particular thing because
We can't.
we've had no.
Oh, okay. That's
Now,
fine.
let's talk about it. Open it up for discussion and talk about it because I still haven't gotten an answer that I asked for about what are they going to do. They're going to do the same thing they did last year. I'm just talking like just in general. I'm kind of talking like over here.
All right, yeah.
But, I'm going to pick on Scott later because Todd's getting all the brunt of it. But what are they going to do? Tony was just here. Like, what's the vision of recreation if we refund it? The millage had just failed by 63%. If we refund it and we tell everybody, hey, we really didn't need the money, we really didn't need the millage to be passed. I keep saying that because we went out there and y'all worked hard and spent a bunch of money. I'd like to know how much money we spent on trying to get the millage passed, and it failed by 63%. So now we're just going to say, well, you know what? We were joking. We have the money to fund it. So that's what we're going to do right now. But if we do that, what is recreation going to do? What is it going to change? Is it going to be better? Or
that's a very difficult question to answer. Is it going to be better? Because we moved several of the employees over to prom as groundskeepers, and now we have a few recreation employees. I don't know that makes it better. I don't think the recreation program can be better without additional funding. And that's my opinion. I think for me to, if this were to pass and we had few recreation people. We can at least keep programs available for kids. We'll have a basketball season, and then we'll have, the regular recreation programs starting next year. We will at least have some activities for kids available. Will it be better? I can't say that it will be better.
It's a one-time thing. If it don't become better this year, where they getting the money next year?
Guess what? In 2015, Benny, we said it. 2016, we said it's going to get better. 2017 is going to get better. And 18 get better. It's never gotten better. It's never gotten better. I mean, you need all of our votes up here right now to get this thing passed. We got 6. We could do BP one time. I mean, is that what y'all asking for? Y'all asking for? But I mean, we need some. I need a commitment that recreation is going to be better than what it is now. You have the facilities coming online. I mean, can I get the people out of the damn pavilion and start running that thing?
They're leaving Friday, Mr. Black.
Hey, thank you.
Okay.
I mean, we've been using that thing.
They're leaving Friday.
Right.
That was for the residents to have a place to go, to have a facility. We did that as an administration to let the people in there. And wait a minute. We know that there was basketball. They signed another 30 days with us, but they're pulling out early. In the stipulation of the 30 days, they said, we use it for recreational facilities. Okay, so that was in the thing. All you had to do was ask. Okay?
Yes.
Okay.
I sent them an email. I said, what are they doing in there? Huh?
No, you never asked me. Okay.
I want to go directly to you next time. I mean, I thought I got the answer that I needed. But I mean, and obviously it generated some activity because they're moving. I mean, my point is that we need, if we're going to fund it, we need to provide better service. And we have the facility. Let's use it.
We are using the facility. It is rented out almost the whole month of December, almost January. Every weekend it's rented out for some facility for purpose. Some organization has rented it out. So yes, we all utilize as much as we can. We utilize it to give the people an opportunity to have a problem with FEMA, SBA, that they had a place to go to. The auditorium was too small. We could not socially distance in there. So we had a big event. We used the YMCA in Port Salvo that we had available for our residents. That's what it was used for.
Dr. Gouy?
Yeah, Bo's been asking about improvement. Nobody said anything. Are there any suggestions on what can be done or what's going to try to be worked on to give him an answer? Any thought processes that are currently going on?
We're utilizing as much as we can with the facilities that we have. Look, they're old, outdated facilities. We got new facilities coming online. We believe that will bring a better recreation department when it comes up online. We have six or seven groundskeepers for the whole parish, and that's between Bell Chase, Rex Field, the East Bank. So we're doing what we can do with what we have, and that's just resources. That's not the same if we got tractors or we got stuff to fix the field or fix the dugouts or fix. But we're trying to organize as best we can. That's what I can tell you. Look, Mr. Epley was right. We don't know if we'll have a better recreation. I think we'll have a good recreation. I think we've had a good recreation department with all of the people working there, but I can't promise you that it's going to be overnight switch and it's going to be the best thing that we have. I can't promise you that, but I can promise you it'll be a good recreation department.
Mr. Bartholomew?
Yes, I would ask the chairman to set up a committee from this council to be a part of that process as to assist the administration in developing a comprehensive recreational program. Get 3 members from this table and to work along with that, keep us all abreast of what's going on, what needs need to be met, what need to be done in extra to make it work. And that way we have first-hand knowledge of everything.
All right. Mr. Roussel?
Yeah, I guess I would ask the administration, when you can't promise that it'll be better, can you at least say you'll try?
I thought I just said that. I didn't
hear that.
Okay, I'm going to try, Mr. Roussel, to give you our best effort in the best recreation department that we can do.
Thank you.
Mr. Black?
Look, we have 6 council members up here. If you want to take it from the BP funds, I'll support it in the spirit of Mr. LaFrance asking for us to work together. I'll do it but we all have to understand that this is for 1 year. Tony should be in here, number one. He was just in here. I don't know what he was doing, but then he left. And he's a director.
I guess we call him back.
I don't even need to talk to him now because I want Kirk and I want Todd to tell him that if it doesn't get better, you can go tell the 4 people that we're funding they're going to lose their jobs. I mean, we have to stick to it at some point. We got to do better.
I will commit to you that.
Thank you.
And I welcome a committee from the council to work with to better the recreation program.
And you will get that from me. And I tell you what, you'll get that from my appointee to the recreation committee. I've already spoken to her, and I would hope the council members up here would have their recreation folks. And Jennifer, I encourage you, and I encourage Jody to come up and with the YMCA and maybe offer some ideas on sports and scheduling or whatever. So I think it needs to be a collaborative effort, and I wish y'all the best for 2022. I'm going against my better judgment here, but I will support the use of BP funds for this one time. I actually want to use all the BP funds at some point so we can stop using these funds.
On the thoughts of the committee, can y'all add some constituents to that? I know that there's...
We have a recreation board already.
Okay, but I'm talking about on the committee with y'all to give some ideas. And there's already been some ideas that have come across in some thoughts towards me, and that's people that are utilizing this recreation department, and that is increasing fees and charging at the gate and some things such as that I think that we're missing the boat, and I think that would be ideas that would come from some constituents that would be at that level saying, hey, guys, this is some ideas that we have. That's all I was trying to say. I'm not saying that we don't have a board already. I'm saying that maybe you pull a couple people from that board and sit down with you guys to come up with some ideas.
And that's what John asked for, and that's what we're going to provide.
Okay, thank you.
We're going to get buy-in because we did give the YMCA $200,000, and I would ask for their support as well to help do it. And I think she's shaking her head yes.
Yeah, I'm talking about constituents, though. I'm not talking about the why and those people.
Their kids play here. We got it.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I'll contact the council and put 3 or 4 together, and we'll start.
3.
That's good.
Make sure boy.
Mr. Roussel?
Yeah, I was just going to comment about Mr. Henry being here early. He was here early, and he had a sheet of paper that he showed to us during the lunch break. And the basketball program went from 140 or whatever the numbers were to 700. So I think that the interest is there, and I think that this program is better than no program, even though it might not be up to par of what people are expecting. But if I heard the commitment right, they're going to try to do better. I'm glad, Mr. Black, you get on board so we can do this, see what happens.
No worries. I didn't even get a sandwich out of it.
If you'd have put your $5 up, you could have got one.
Professional services that they need.
Mr. Gui, you offer? Dr. Gui offers a second?
Second.
Second by Mr. LaFrance. Any questions? Machines are open. Passes 6-0. Is that it?
No. Just a few more. That was 18. Next, we have professional services for council general, an increase of 25,000.
What's that for?
Kim brought it to me earlier. Y'all want to skip that one for right now until she comes back?
Right there, Kim. What is
Oh.
I'm sorry? You increase professional services for the council?
Yes, I gave him the information to do the amendment.
What's it for? What's it for?
It's for professional services that covers Danny Garrett's.
Okay. They had budgeted Danny for
You want me to explain it? Okay. We requested the same amount of money that we had in 2021 budgeted for Dan and Garrett's, which was $71,000. We only received $46,000, so we were asking for an amendment to cover the difference. I believe it's $25,000
Next year or for this year?
for 2022.
And did we run over the budget this year?
Mm-mm. Yeah, I can take that from the unreserved and designated if y'all want it.
If we didn't go over the budget this year, I don't know that we need it.
Yes, microphone.
If we didn't go over the budget this year, I don't know that we need it. You know, did he say something?
No, no one said anything. I just knew, I was just looking at the budgets, and that's what I saw.
Well, right.
Mr. Black?
No, I agree with John and Benny.
All right,
We don't need it right
scrapped.
now. I mean,
The next one is,
we done with that then?
yeah, moving on. Y'all don't want to do it?
No.
Moving on.
I don't know what they do. I don't know.
All right. Permits, planning, and zoning. This is to put $75,000 in for the gentleman that's
How
been
much?
contracted. I did the total of the salary for the chief building official because I wasn't very sure how much to put in. They just said that the salary of the chief building official position.
Mr. Black?
We can change it.
I spoke to Jefferson and Orleans, and both, we can sign an MOU to be able to have the CBO sign off on certain things. And I know John committed to signing off on certificate of occupancies. And I know we have a lot of homes being built, so we need a CBO or need somebody to sign them. But what is the cost for New Orleans and Jefferson to take over that responsibility? Not for the certificate of occupancies, but for the general permit, the release permit. I mean, have you looked into that? I'll talk to you about it.
No, I have not.
All right, and this 71,000, I mean, this is just a contract, so this is, what is his work schedule? Is he just coming in and signing when he needs to sign?
He's working 2 to 3 days a week. He's traveling around the parish. He's following up on permits. He's checking for code violations.
Yeah, so I mean, at 75 grand, I mean, the hourly rate on that's probably gonna be close to $50, or does he charge?
Well, we have not negotiated his contract for next year. It may not be that much money.
You have enough money for this year?
We haven't.
For the rest of the year, yes.
Can we just,
21.
what I'm saying.
But we have to have some money set aside if we're going to go into a contract with him by next year, so.
Do it in December if y'all don't figure out if New Orleans or Jefferson can do it.
Well, we never really explored that idea. We had a CBO that we brought on board. That was a contract. Now, if you want to knock it down to 60,000 or something, you know.
I don't like just arbitrary numbers, and this is kind of an arbitrary number. Look, we need the CBO, Kirk, I get you.
Okay.
The problem is
it's been so hard finding a CBO. I don't never have this conversation with Jefferson Orleans. I've never heard this conversation. You know, I don't know who you had the conversation with, but I've never heard the conversation. Okay, so here we go again. I don't know, but it was Mr. Epley did his due diligence trying to find. You know, so.
They want to vote in here right now. I don't care.
Okay.
I'm just saying, explore that
Well,
option.
and I understand, and if we were to explore that option, I don't know that we would get the same services that we will get from Zach. He was here and did a presentation at a council meeting. We do have two town hall meetings scheduled this week, one in Buras, one in Port Sulphur, that he is going to attend and explain floodplain management down there also. So those are the kind of things that we can get through him that I don't believe we can get through Orleans or Jefferson Parish.
So what is the hourly rate that we're paying him now?
We're paying him $3,300, $3,400 a month.
So there's no hourly rate, we're paying him a flat stipend.
That's correct.
3 days a week.
Yes, sir.
Is that the going rate for CBO?
Well, we were told, that a CBO to work full-time and to take on that responsibility would need $85,000 a year in salary, plus benefits.
I don't disagree with that salary either, but
He came down to Venice and met with us already, and a couple people, but seems like he knows his stuff, but just gotta,
He does. I feel like the guy's worth it, and I feel like we should have that money in the budget for him for next year. But again, if y'all want to change it,
If you want to move on,
it's up to you guys.
So $3,000 a month you can negotiate with him?
We're at 30, I think we're at 3,330. What you should know is we're probably spending less than half than we were, and we haven't missed a beat. So I think that's something that you guys need to
Look, I agree.
keep. I think that's something you need to keep in mind. We'll definitely do what we can to negotiate with them. But overall, just we've looked at and looking at what other professionals across the industry charge when we were kind of looking at this issue. It's very reasonable. I mean, it's extremely reasonable.
I'm fine with that.
where are we getting that money from?
3,000 a month, 36?
Unreserved and designated, now that you took the money out of the raises, that increased your unreserved and designated, you took all the money for BP to fund the, to fund the recreation department, so now you have $455,000 in.
Oh, Lord, here we go. Let's go on a spending
We
spree.
didn't take all of BP's money. We just
No,
took,
you didn't take, no, you didn't, I'm not saying you took all of it, I said you just took that 511,000, whatever it was, to fund recreation.
well, I'll offer. Ask for a second. Second by Mr. Bartholomew. Any questions? Roussel?
No, I have nothing.
Machines open. It passes 6-0.
All right, we have 3 capital improvement amendments that were requested. The first one was the raw water intake pump station to increase it by the 670.
Well, the thing with that is, I would not want to move on that until we get a result from the negotiation that I hope will happen with the engineering firm to reduce the cost from the 670 to whatever it's going to be. And I mean, after reviewing the expenditures, I think that there is some discussion that should be had before we just put up the 670.
I'll have that conversation.
Do an ordinance instead?
Yeah, we'll just hold on to that.
All right, and then, Mr. Black, I have yours, that's taking the 200,000 from expansion LA 406, and put,
95,000.
how much?
95. Scott, you know the number, what you need, 95? DC double 2.
It's 95, yeah.
Yeah, 95.
Okay.
And that's going to fully repair Belchase pump station with all 3 pumps.
Station number 2.
Number 2,
Mm-hmm.
from what I've been told.
This is 0, if that's be all.
And we ready to roll on that, huh?
Right, so, oh, thought you were asking me.
You got it pulled?
It's pulled and it's apart. We just needed the money to get it repaired.
Mr. Black, you offer?
Offer.
Mr. Black offers. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Dr. Gui. Any questions? Machines open. Passes 6-0.
So back to what we took out of the BP funds, we took way in excess of what we needed for that amendment, correct?
Yeah, you took the whole thing out, it was 511,000. So right now, and you just did an ordinance to take some more money out of unreserved and designated. So right now you have $380,000 in unreserved and designated.
And
Which I wouldn't suggest that y'all leave $20,000 going, you know what I mean? Because it's too
No, I
low.
understand, but I mean, I don't want us to get up here and start
Right.
spending like a drunken sailor because we got 300 and something thousand in there, which really is BP money that
It's
was
really BP money.
that
It is
was
BP
placed.
money, correct.
So what's the BP fund now? Nothing?
Yeah, it's $2,140,000. You only took 511 out of it. So you started out with $2,652,000.
All right.
And then your American Rescue money, you had $4,505,000. You took out $604,500, and now you got $3,009,000 left in that fund.
And I'm hoping that we move in the direction, as Mr. Habo Konovich has started to talk about, is buying equipment for the BP money, which is one-time money, that will alleviate the complaints we have with not having adequate equipment. So,
Yeah, what's the deal with that, Scott? You wanted equipment earlier. You asked me for equipment when we gave you people. You asked me for equipment when I offered you people, but you got the people. What about the equipment? Did Habo give you anything?
We could always use equipment, yes, sir. A lot of our equipment is outdated and old.
I got an introduction to do 4 tractors and bush hogs, a long arm excavator, bulldozer, and a vac truck
out of the BP funds?
out of the BP funds.
He had requested 240,000 in tractors that we removed.
That was requested in the budget and it was removed, so
We do have an amendment if y'all wanted to vote on that now, or you can do your ordinance.
No, he's going to,
I'm going to introduce it at the next council meeting, and then we'll do it all in January, vote on it.
I think you ought to do it all 22 because,
Yeah.
I mean, this year's going, you never.
I talked with Brenda about it.
Make sure you keep account of how much we have left in BP. We've got 2.1.
Oh, yeah.
That's probably going to be almost $1 million.
I think all the stuff he said is going to be more than what we have in there.
More than we have.
Well,
more than 2.1.
let me just go on record and say, we had this discussion at the council meeting. Our main focus is tractors, okay? And a dozer and a crane, that's wonderful, if we can afford that. A pump truck is another pipe dream. Look, I know we need a lot of stuff, but our main focus is tractors. Right now, we have 8 tractors in the shop, okay, 8.
I got the
Okay, well, I want, when you ask the administration, what's our druthers, it's tractors. Okay, first and foremost is tractors. Especially now, we're moving these groundskeepers over to prom, tractors is what we need.
Good, there you go. And you get my support too, BP funds, but make sure we don't spend enough. But you and
priorities, this is.
Scott, yeah, you and Scott need to prioritize.
But let me clarify that too. I don't need you to say, I'm gonna get you 4 with a bush hog. I want my prom guy to say what I need. If I need a 15-footer, I need a 15-footer. If I need blades, I need blades. I need ditch cutters, I need him to tell me what I need.
We don't
Okay.
think that he's talked to them people already?
Huh?
Never mind.
Yeah, okay.
Just make sure we don't take any more BP money.
But again, I want you to understand, soon as you give me the go-ahead, we'll order the equipment. You backlog on equipment is bad. It may not be 6-8 months before we get a first piece of machinery in here. So I'm just, if you hit me in March and April and said, I gave you money for tractors, why are you not cutting the grass? I may not have gotten it.
Where I got the quotes from, they're ready to go.
Okay.
Ready to go.
The next item, Tommy?
They're trying to figure it out.
I don't know if we have anything else. Let me check with Michelle.
I thought she had 3.
You got anything else? That's all I had. So I thought.
Anybody else have anything? Have a motion to adjourn, is there a second?
Hold on a minute. Let's make sure we on the same page before you adjourn.
Are we coming back at 3 o'clock to do a
Yes.
special council meeting?
3 o'clock.
Council meeting?
Yeah. Well, if you want to just
3
You
o'clock?
want to just hold off, and then you can adjourn at 3, and then we'll open up the council meeting so we can make sure this is all right? You'll give us a few minutes?
Yeah.
Okay.
Recess.
But depends on the meeting.
Hold on.
Anyway.
Recess, huh?
Yes, sir.
I don't know when other agencies such as judges and DAs.
We've dealt with the judges. We've dealt with the judges. I've
Okay.
spoken to one of the judges, I've spoken to all their assistants that were here, and they're fine with the bottom line budget.
Okay, well, I don't know, I must have missed that then, I guess, I don't know who's here.
So basically, what we're doing is for the DA and the 2 judges, you have your bottom line budget. It hasn't been cut. It's the same as it was last year. We're not doing any raises across the board or anything. Whatever you want to do with your budget, you do it internally.
I understand that, but there was a few points on the budget that I don't think anyone maybe understood when they processed it and put it forward where we are. And that's what I wanted to address, if I may. I don't know what's the best time to do so.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so if I may, for the record, I'm Charles Balley, District Attorney. On the budget that's proposed, what it has, and if I may step over here, maybe I could see better with this plexiglass. On the budget that's proposed,
what it doesn't account for is that we have a loss of.
Can you pull the microphone to you?
I'll do this. It's just the glare. With the budget that's proposed, it doesn't account for that we've had some decreases the last couple of years, not just last year like this has been happening. And we're short 4 employees. When you're talking about raises, I could just tell you that with the parish employees and including those in my office, it's an issue. I mean, I've lost 4 people in the last year and a half, and they go elsewhere and make, 25 to 35% more money. And so when you hire good people and you train them and you get them really producing extremely great, those are the ones that are most valuable. And then they're also valuable to other people, other places. And so losing those like this is going to be a cost to my office, it's going to be a cost to the parish in a sense, but you can lose qualified people by not giving the appropriate pay. But my situation is what I did to make amends, I guess, to make some things work, is with the sheriff, partnered with him in a sense, and I have 2 people in the office, that Brett Taylor and Daniel Swear, and I have a CEA with the sheriff where they're still sheriff employees, and so he's paying the retirement, the vehicle, the insurance, all those things, and I pay a supplement, I think $30,000 for one and $40,000 for the other, I believe, and those amounts, and part of my budget was for professional services funds, and I believe it was $70,000. Is that what it was? 70,000 was just put at zero. And that was the money being used to pay for these 2 employees that are very valuable to our office like that. And so we're doing that instead of having those employees that went elsewhere for more bucks like this. And I guess, and I don't know why I was put at zero. If that was just an area across the board for all agencies, we were going to pay no professional services. We're going to put those at zero. And we ask a few more dollars where we needed it for computers or papers or whatever it is. Those were fine. They were approved straight up. Thank you, good. But this one particular area was just put at a big goose egg at zero, and that's something like this we've done to save all of us money, and the sheriff, it works well because the people work part-time for the sheriff's office and part-time with us, and I'd say I get the better part of the deal because I think they work a lot more in my office than in the sheriff's office, and so it works real well, and for the parish it's a good deal because it's no insurance, no taxes and all those sorts of things, and vehicles as well. So it really works well for an investigator, and actually 2 investigators, but really work as a diversion coordinator, and Daniel's actually an assistant DA now as well, and so it works well. So we were just going to ask like this, that $70,000, if that could be restored. And there was another area that we had with the, and I'm not sure how y'all handle today, the care center, but we have a $20,000 budget item for that was put also at zero. And we send a lot of people. That's how we really, I think, have a good handle on crime down here. We are lucky in Plaquemines Parish that we can handle all matters from the lowest level to the highest level of crimes that we have. And on the low side, when we have anger management, we have alcohol issues, we have all those different things like this that we have to send people. The care center does a great job. For $20,000 a year, I'm almost certain that we're getting at least $60,000 of services for the defendants, the people that we send to them, at least. Like this. They do a great job with what we have here. They have good certified, qualified people that work over there. And that's something that we know we need to pay some sort of way. Before the care center, we were sending them to Orleans places, Jefferson, St. Bernard, different places, and there was a fee involved. And the fee would come back and it was being paid like this. And so I just want everyone to be aware of the service that we have. And when we talked about hard times, like right now, hard times, we see more cases, especially domestic violence. You know what money and no money in a home we could do sometimes. And that's the situation we're seeing like this. And so having those services available are very, very important to our office. I just ask you folks, please seriously reconsider that in doing so like this on a thing, and ask, if I may say, any time it comes up, please, we're only a phone call away or walk away, right down the walkway outside to come ask us, why do you need money for this? Why do you need money for that? Whatever it is. And that's where we are like this. Those 2 areas like this are important, and those employees to my office are very, very important as well. And once again, I'd go back. I understand you're moving money, and budget hearings are all about that. That's what it does like this. But on the pay raise with employees, not just my office, but the whole parish, I think honestly is very, very important. I'd ask y'all, if you find any, if it can't be 3, if it's 2%, some kind of way like this would show the people, I think, that we're trying to keep up a little bit with the increased costs in health care, the inflation, all those issues. Because if not, I think we're going to see more people going to look elsewhere, and your workforce just goes down, at least some of your quality does, because, why stay when I can go make 25% more elsewhere? That's my points on all these things. Any questions, please?
Mr. Black,
So I just want to point out once again, and I'm like,
want to cue in again?
that,
All right.
yeah, and I belabor this point every time, because you're talking about a line item, and I'm looking through, and I guess you're talking about professional services general. That was at 48,000, and it's been reduced to 8,240, but you only spent 8,900 this year. I'm sorry, 18,554 this year. I can care less what you do with those professionals, and this is no disrespect, Charles, because I think you guys do a phenomenal job. However, I don't really know or need to know exactly what you do inside those walls. That's your job. I don't understand why we're sitting up here talking about why a line item was deducted from your budget and then asking us to change it. We're giving you a bottom line, and we gave you a bottom line of 1.27 million. So 1,270,220 is what we gave you. That's a slight decrease from last year. However, most departments would decrease from last year. So what you do with that 1.27 million is up to you. I'm not, we have this discussion about professional services. If you want to move it from somewhere to professional services, that's fine. We have to, really dig deep to be able to fund the care center at 150,000 this year. And, the care center is near and dear to my heart because, I understand what you're saying, and I would hope you would continue to give a portion from your budget to that. I'm not sure where it's at in the line, nor do I care. But, if you think that it's that important, within that 1.27, try to find it and send it, right? And I challenge the sheriff to do the same thing. I challenge the school board to do the same thing. But to ask us to change a line item somewhere in here, to me, just doesn't make any sense. You got 1.27. It's very close to what you had last year. And, your salaries are, and then, I talk about salaries, and I think your office has some great employees, but, almost 1.1 million. So roughly, 94.3% of your budget is salaries.
But if I may address the salaries, of course, we're a people business. We don't need tractors, and we don't need other things such as that. So it's a people business, of course, and it's attorneys. And just like when you say that on attorneys, like not caring how the money's spent, I totally understand, appreciate bottom line. That's exactly what it is. But the bottom line gets developed like this by us figuring out what's needed in these different categories, because accounting goes through the parish accounting department, and they have a tough job when we submit something and they say, you're over here. Well, okay, take it from over there, wherever it is. I know they'd like to have things a lot easier in a sense by saying, there's X dollars in this account, use this account. There's X dollars in that account, use it like this.
Has somebody from that department sat with somebody from your department and said, hey, let's move it from here to here?
What we've done, with last year, I asked for an ordinance dealing with domestic violence, just like we're doing right now. What we're doing with domestic violence is we're basically defunding it by moving the cost of that operation, you might say, into the general office operating thing of our office like this. So it's basically being done away with. Last year, we asked for that like this to change those things so they wouldn't have to do some double accounting work. It would be a savings to the parish, a savings to the accounting department. But it didn't happen, so here we are doing it this way, which is fine. We're doing it any kind of way we can. But what I'm saying is the money, the 48 to the 8 like this you have there like this, that's the problem, is short of those dollars. We don't have excess money. We have to make excess money. We try to do it. And believe me, I'm very involved at the state level everywhere like this. What's going on like this is trying to reduce any funds like this that people try to get out of the court system, because they primarily come from criminal defendants, and who can afford it the least is generally criminal defendants like this. So there's a tremendous move across America, across Louisiana, to get away from that kind of funding, is to ask local government and the federal government, other governments as well like this, to fund the criminal court system completely, rather than charge the defendants like this to pay for things. Because that's, it's a user pay. You might say, yeah, it is, but also it's a problem like this the way it's handled. And so there's a big issue right now before the legislature, before everybody, that's happening, but it hasn't come through yet, and that's where it is. And so my point right now is that everything that we go through, we just don't throw numbers or darts against the wall to say this is what we need for this and this. Is what we pay, is what it costs us. And we very astute at what we do, and we're very frugal in that we make sure, and almost every year, I think except 1 year, I believe, that we didn't have money to give back, that we didn't use the total budget. We almost always like this have money left over, and we could spend it. like some agencies do. Come December, middle of December, they're spending money like crazy. We've never done that. The criminal court fund historically has returned a lot of money to the parish. Lately, it's not been much because COVID and everything else has been down, down, down. And so that's a problem.
This would be my suggestion, and I get that, and I get the criminal justice reform aspect of it, but my suggestion would be accept this budget as proposed, which I think that's probably where we're going to lead to anyway. And let's spend some time early in the year focused on some CARES Act funding, and I believe we're going to get some funding from the opioid settlement, which has to be dedicated for certain things, and maybe that is the money that you sent over to the care center. I don't know, Charles, but
I know what you. Let me just say, like the
I'm just trying to buy it a little bit of time.
The American Rescue Plan, for example, that's the money you guys got 2.5 or whatever it was in May, and you get another 2.5 next year. So my fellow DAs across the state, some of their officers are getting money to their office from their jurisdictions, from their police jury, from their council people. Because the council, the parish government here, is the body that's to receive the money in Plaquemines Parish and then disperse it, like just according to the needs and the different agencies that are to get it.
Has that been asked for?
Yeah, that asked for it by way of a budget. Yes, it's been asked for. We've sent a letter like this asking for some of that, like this. But it's like, let's wait till the budget and see what the budget does.
130,000 from it or something?
Something like that. I'm just saying that those dollars are not. Those dollars are not. If you read the law that
No. We're very clear on that. We're not using general fund money for that. We actually took some money today and funded the same services that you're talking about. That's how we funded the care center. That's how we funded 4-H and the YMCA and John's program on the East Bank. I mean,
the American Rescue Plan is for monies that were lost last year due to COVID. We lost monies last year. Our budget was cut significantly last year. We're asking to get some of those dollars back in some way. We're not getting any of those dollars back like this. And that's part of the things that I'm up here for asking about is monies that we need. If money to the care center is given directly to the care center and not through us, I'm fine with that. We just need to make sure that they can have the people there that we can send for anger management, all the different things we can send them through drug counseling, et cetera. We want a place where we can send our people in need in Plaquemines Parish to them for services. If y'all pay them directly, that's okay with me. I don't have a problem. I just need to know that they're getting the money that we can send.
They're getting the money, and I do wish they would get more money. Can we just leave it at this then? If we accept this budget, I'll work with you and try. And I read your letter, and if it's $130,000, that was the deficit, and then we can look through, because I know Rennie has been charged by the council to look through to see exactly what the American CARES Act funding needs to be used for, and if there is money available there to fund or to backfill you, I have no problem doing that legislation, Charles.
I appreciate that. I thank you. I know you have a very difficult task. You're trying to cut up a pie in more ways than you have like this. As some people say, you have more ice cream cones than ice cream, and that's very difficult to do. So thank you all.
Thank you. We have a motion to adjourn.
Recess.
We have to adjourn because we had the end of the tape, the video, the time.
Wait, I got one more thing.
We don't have enough time to recess
We don't have enough time.
and start a meeting.
We have 11 minutes left.
I need to, when I put this down in there, we put the, on the road maintenance, we actually increased the, for his groundskeepers. We actually increased the transfer to road maintenance, not decreased it. So actually, right now, you got a negative on reserve undesignated. So we really need to take more money out of BP to cover this, to,
Road maintenance.
when we did the road maintenance, when we transferred those positions to road maintenance, the ones, the foreman.
Wrong.
From prom, to prom. That actually increased our transfer from the general fund. So now we're looking at a actual, negative unreserved undesignated. So we need to cover that.
Negative how much?
About $100,000. Because we put money back in from the, merit increases, but it wasn't enough. It wasn't
Yeah, just
enough
take it
to
out,
cover,
yeah. I agree with John.
all those positions.
Yeah, but take it out of GP. I offer to take it out of GP.
All right.
How much you need?
Let me see. I mean, I don't want to leave,
Well, got 10
Started off with
minutes.
20-something thousand in there today.
How much?
We started with 20-something thousand in the day.
yeah, we started with 20,000.
We need at least 1.5 for the equipment, so,
Yeah, in the BP.
yeah, so just take the rest of it and put it in unreserved.
No.
So we need to cover
500?
87,000. So
Huh?
if we take $100,000 out of BP,
100,000.
it'll leave us with 13,000? It's not much. I mean, you could take 200,000 out of BP.
All right.
I'm fine with that.
All right, let's do it, 200,000. Transfer from BP to unreserved undesignated.
Mr. Bartholomew, you offer, is there a second?
Second.
Second by Mr. LaFrance. Any questions? Machines open. It passes 6-0. Do I have a motion to adjourn?
Move.
Motion by Dr. Guia, a second.
Second.
Second by Mr. LaFrance. Machines open?
Now, we're going to reconvene at 3, correct?
Yes.
Now we need also the ordinance.
It passes 6-0. Let the record show parish budget meeting is adjourned at 2:33.